Okay.
Well, it's the first time that I will not be with Richmond, our guy with charge. Oh.
Nakashare na ba?
Oo, nakashare. So it works, no? Good. Okay, now let me try naman. Okay.
Okay, then I have to unshare it.
But I will not be with Richmond.
Okay. I'll put stop share. Okay.
Okay. Oo, nakashare. So it works, no? Do you hear that, ano?
Now let me try
So,
naman.
may echo.
Okay, then I have to unshare it. Oh, nag-echo tayong dalawa. I'll put stop share. Okay.
Okay.
Oo, nakashare. So it works, no?
Do you hear that, ano?
Yeah.
Echo? May
I
echo.
could hear the echo.
What is the reason for that?
Oh, nag-echo tayong dalawa. I'll put stop share. Okay.
Okay. Oo, nakashare. So it works.
So I don't know.
Do you hear that, ano? Echo?
I could hear the echo. Siguro we could exit then come back.
So we leave the meeting again?
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, we leave. I'll end it, huh? I'll end.
Yeah. I could hear the echo. Siguro we could exit then come back.
Hi, Giselle.
Hi, Luli. Hi. Hi, Francis. Hi, Glenn. And I also admitted Isa.
Mm.
Can you tell me, can you check the participants list? Who else I should admit, Luli? So there are now about 7 more people waiting. There's Nigel,
Oo.
Armada,
So,
Pia.
si Pia Deo Onda, Pia Aiza, Marcos Valdez,
Okay.
Merlin Menjoro.
I will admit
Lucy.
them all. I will admit
Yeah.
them all, right? Okay.
Oo.
Sige. Just a while lang. Okay.
Kasi mga discussants natin.
And Marcos Valdez, no?
Oo.
Okay. Jerome also.
Jerome.
No? Matthew T. and Nigel.
Oh, yes. Nigel.
Nigel, I admit.
From USAID. Oo.
Okay. What about Matthew T?
Matthew T?
No muna. Sige. So if you...
Hindi ko alam.
Oh, maybe it's okay. Jerome. What about Jerome Baradas?
No.
No? Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hi, good morning.
Morning,
Good
ma'am.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, Ma'am Luling.
Hi.
Morning. So earlier, Glenn and I tried the share screen and his work. And so I'm going to move this now to multiple. It's multiple participants can share simultaneously. So who wants to go first to try your share screen? Anyone wants to try slides that you might share? Glenn's work.
Can I do that, Giselle? Nigel here.
Yes, Nigel.
Yes, can I do that?
Yes, please. So
let me
check
see.
if you can, right?
Let me see. Where's my slide? I think I have it now. PowerPoint. Okay. Let me see. Sorry. Technology. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Good.
Thank
Okay. So I'm
you.
good. So I'm
You're
good.
good.
Okay.
Anyone else? So you will stop share screen now, Nigel?
Yeah, I'll do that. Moment.
Okay. Whoever else wants to do next. I have to consult Richmond about this because when Deo, you might know when do I turn on?
Francis, meron ka na, ayan.
Okay na, Francis.
Okay.
Good.
Hi.
That's nice.
So at some point, Luli, I just turn control to you, right? I'll just tell you to prompt them. Okay. So
Okay. Ayan si Marcos.
Hi, ma'am.
maybe
Morning.
morning. So right now, I'll just consult.
Wala pa yung taga-DA? Joel Lales?
Okay, let me try.
Get somebody from
let's check
DA.
the participant list. No, just a moment. Wala eh.
Wala pa.
Wala pa. Okay.
Si Rod, wala pa rin. Ano?
Oo. So maybe I'll ask Deo. Maybe Deo, you know. So when do I turn on this live, customized live streaming for YouTube? When? Like later, when it starts, right?
Yes, ma'am. Usually we do it 5 minutes before the official.
Okay, when I turn on my, the introductory slides, let me
Yes, ma'am.
check whether I can put my own screen, which is the two bridge poster followed by the video. And when that ends, Luli, then you just open the,
Session.
the welcome remarks. Okay. So anybody else wants to try, please do that. I'll mute for a while, no? I'll mute.
Oo. So, punta ka naman sa ibang sessions?
Well, exchange with Richmond and others. But everyone, I think, Ruli, you might say that the rules would be to mute ourselves except for the
Yes.
speaker, no? Okay. Isa, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning po.
Good morning, Pia. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, good morning. Glenn, marine background ba yun sa'yo?
Oh. Si Sir Glenn naka-unmute. Naka-mute ka, sir.
Anong tanong ni Ma'am Luli?
Sabi ko, marine background ba yung nasa likod mo? Hindi. Ano
Yung
yan?
mukhang
Rice?
Rice na may drone sa taas, pero electric ko yan. Yung drone. Mamaya I'll be going to the office. 2 minutes po office ko dito eh. I'm at home muna.
Oo. Oo. So, itong discussion natin, when Giselle asked us to have to organize this discussion, kasi yung medyo labo kami on how the evaluations are really done, in sa mga proposals, and different councils might have different ways of doing the process nila. And we'd like to learn from the other institutions or other countries what you do. And we hope also that through this we can come up with policy recommendation. From all the inputs of the speakers, discussants, and the other participants, we want to get information about problems encountered and what can be suggested to remedy the problems, and then come up with a policy recommendation, not at the end of the session, but we'll try to put them together and then send this out to you also for to see if the way we caught you is right, and to have more inputs also. Among the things that we feel is needed is that there's a very small pool of reviewers here in the Philippines, and we'd like to tap the expatriates and other scientists from abroad to help us to participate in the review process. But the problem is, in some institutions, the review is really just internal. And sometimes we don't get feedback as to why a proposal is rejected. So we'd like to see a process na mas transparent, and we'd have a greater. We want. These are the things that we hear, is that we want to have researchers. We want reviewers, at least to have reviewers that have published, because sometimes the reviewers haven't published anything, or have very little publications. So, yung mga problemang ganon, and then maybe even sa handling ng money, etc. So, maybe, I think, see, Francis will tell us. Well, Francis will tell us about the situation, how you do it in the US. Maybe we can learn from that. And then Nigel about the USAID system. And DA also gives grants through the Bureau of Agricultural Research. But I think there the review is really internal. And Jimmy Montoya will talk about the DOST system.
PCH.
And particularly PCHRD, which other researchers say it's so difficult to penetrate.
Sorry, excuse me, Luli. Earlier, Glenn and I were testing, and I turned on the live custom streaming. The live streaming customized. Yeah. And so I checked, we're already on YouTube. Yeah, so
you're on YouTube already?
Yeah, so we can't stop it, and I think it's ongoing now. So
okay, so
it's nice. It's a preliminary discussion. So just to let you know, that's good.
I thought it's just us.
Yeah, because this is my
Giselle, it can't be turned off?
Richmond said once started, cannot.
Anyway.
No, I think all you said was good, Ludi. So I think really good. So,
but we'd like to hear it from the participants, not from us.
So the recording, I also have to check this. When I record on to the cloud also, right? I'm going to put this on record to the cloud. Yes, that's the other thing.
Sige.
Oh, it's very nice. I think it's participative, and you have Deo, Pia, and Aiza also here.
The young ones.
The young ones, we need to hear from you. Yeah. What you think, the process should be, what your experiences have been so far. Yes. And what you remember it was when you were doing your PhDs or your postdocs abroad, right? So I think it's good. Thanks, Luli, for putting this together. Yeah.
Yeah, the idea was Giselle's, because that's been a problem that we've been talking about, you know.
Well, I hope, Luli, you remember the email I sent you about my own observations. Remember when I
Yes.
first requested you and Rod to host this, and then I shared with you my ideas and my experiences. So,
So how soon do we need to submit the policy recommendation?
Luli, it's because the closing session is on Friday.
On Friday. Oh, okay.
So I think that it's just a policy recommendation, so not more than 2 pages.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
I will just have to recap all the policy recommendations from the group discussions on the day, and we'll hand it over to Rod and to Secretary de la Peña. And if Rod receives it and thinks it's worthwhile to discuss at NAST, then that would be good.
Yeah.
Because actually, PAASE is a private organization. I mean, it does not have the personality yet. So we're trying to do everything through NAST. So we're submitting the recommendations to NAST. And then maybe
Yes.
Rod and you can initiate discussions on these documents within NAST.
Yeah, boy, PAASE is doing a lot.
Well, let me tell you what we're into now, and it's because of the need for the moment. First, well, I was in touch with Pia 2 nights ago regarding our proposal to try some gargling preparations like povidone iodine to reduce viral load and spreading and transmission.
Yeah, I think that's very effective because
So,
I've been doing it.
yeah. So,
Yeah, me too.
so what do you take, Luli, for the garden in particular?
Providone, I dilute it. The gargle should be about 1%. There's a guy in Australia who is also who has applied for a patent on a nasal spray with Providone.
So that's what.
Actually, I made my own nasal spray, and I've been using it too whenever I go out.
There you have it, Pia. So this is really idea being pushed by Vic Ilag, who's based in Melbourne. But we have to show some proof of concept or proof of of uh, you know usefulness. So we have to design a protocol to test it in a few people with proper controls, and we're trying to do it with the private sector. But first, we have to get the right protocol, and then PIA has to do the determination of the viral load before and after, say 3 to 5 days of treatment, and
Tell, I
really
think
quantitative.
Moji is waiting sa waiting room
Okay,
daw siya.
Moji is there now.
Emoji.
All right. Yes. What about Aleta? Is Aleta?
Yes, Alet,
Okay, Alet.
Iniges.
So, Pia, we discussed it, including doing a standard curve. So that. And then next, we have to talk to the doctors who are willing to, you know, conduct it. The ENTs, whether our own from UP or from that group, a private group that runs hospitals. And then yesterday, Tony Dance of NAS and UP Manila,
Yeah.
he's asking for our help on experts on aerodynamic modeling
Oh.
in jeepneys.
Yeah.
Yeah, jeepneys, motorcycles, and buses. It's quite hard, but he contacted an engineer from engineering faculty from UP Diliman, but I also contacted the physics people.
Yeah.
So now
All
maybe
right.
gave us names of some flow dynamics experts. And then I contacted our Francis. I think you were in that email where I asked our environmental scientists and chemists the a protocol for disposing of, well, disinfecting and disposing of face shields. So Tony proposed to the IATF to require the jeepney operators, drivers, and passengers to wear face shields aside
Yeah.
from face masks, because the original proposal, which is to put partitions,
That's impractical.
impractical. So that's it. You know, we know, Luli, when it's impractical, right?
Yeah.
So the face shield is being considered, and so I sent them the way to prepare the acetate sheet face shield that my friend Luli, I don't know if you remember Muppet Olivia Senisal, my friend.
Yes.
So she is the president of their village. And in April, early April, their village prepared 25,000 of those acetate face shields. So simple to do, no? Then I have another design of a soft plastic face shield with a broad is in now. Face
Okay.
shield and bar planning, BAR planning. I suppose I should admit.
Oh,
BAR.
yes.
Okay.
And maybe he can try. He can try his presentation.
Okay, so Luli, I will mute myself first, and then maybe you can ask them to try. Is that okay?
Yes. How can I? Oh.
Everyone has already.
Everyone can unmute themselves.
Yes.
Or maybe I'll ask bar planning to unmute.
Well, just to interject for a little bit, I wrote with my colleague an op-ed for thehill.com in the US on COVID-19 and trash. I'll forward it to PAASE.
Yeah. So
may come out with a bulletin, Francis, bulletin on it, but it has to be total, holistic. We can propose the face shield, but we must also indicate how we will disinfect and dispose of the face shields. If it's acetate, plastic, the hard one, or the soft plastic. So that's, I think, the input we need from you. And Tony Dance might have that, chance to talk about it tomorrow. That's why I'm rushing it.
Yeah, I think the science is saying that after a few days, the virus should be inactivated on that surface. Yeah.
All right. So, Luli, maybe you can ask them to try their slides.
Joel? Hello, Joel Lales of BAR. Please unmute yourself and try your slides. Hello. How do I? Is there a way of unmuting him from the control?
Yes, po. If you go over to his, let's see. his face, and then you can actually unmute as host.
Huh. Boy.
So, Ma'am Luli, you need to be co-host. So you have to be
Ah,
assigned co-host po.
sorry, we're not literate on these things.
Ma'am Giselle can make you co-host po.
Yeah?
Yeah. And then when you're co-host, you can unmute and mute people.
Ha- 5 people. And who allows people in? The co-host? The
The
host?
host and the
The
co-host
host
po.
and the co-host.
Si Giselle.
Can Deo?
Yes, ma'am.
Can Deo act as the co-host? I mean,
If
control?
if if you assign me po as a host, so if you click on the participants po dun sa baba, may lalabas na panel on the right and then the list of all the participants. And then if you go to the name, lalabas po yung option na more. And then from the pull down menu, meron po dong possibility to.
Okay.
So
So,
ako po ay co-host na, so I can admit people. Do you want me to admit people now?
not yet. We
Okay.
will admit people. So you're now co-hosts, Luli, Rod, and Deo.
God.
Yes, and
And
Deo.
we want DA to try the slide.
Okay. Watch the participants list, Deo. People
ma'am.
are waiting, and check which ones who we should admit now because they are speakers.
Just Joel, just Joel Lales of DA Bar.
So I already have DA. It says bar planning. That's the
Yes, that's it.
So he's in. Joel.
Mr. Joel Lales daw po will be joining the meeting in a while. He's still
Okay.
currently on a similar important commitment.
Okay.
Oh,
And at that point, could you please rename him as Joel instead of bar planning? Okay, so you can just click on more and you will see a rename
I
later.
already changed na po.
All right, thank you.
see, Rod is here.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
hi, Rod.
I had a hard time connecting. My connection is always not so safe. So I don't know who's going to be in control of all of this.
Deo.
Deo?
We're banking on Deo.
So
Yes, ma'am.
nobody from
I'll help po. I'll help.
Bali. Okay.
Yeah, Deo is also a co-host now. Okay.
Okay.
So Francis has been through this as a host. May I also make you a co-host, Francis?
we cannot have so many hosts. There should be only one hosting the Zoom itself, and then the two Luli and I would be co-hosting in terms of the audio and everything. So the host in terms of the technicalities would be just one, because there will be problem if there will be so many people hosting the technical part of it.
Okay. So far there are 4 of us, Rod, and we're just hoping that we will be on the lookout of
There will be
people coming
confusion.
in.
So
We're
let's
talking.
have Deo take control of the technical.
Okay, Deo.
Because we have the panel, you see, but then somebody has to help in terms of the technical portion, because there's a panel there in terms of what to do.
Mm-hmm.
who's going to do the uploading of the materials and so on. So it's going to be Deo. Meron ba siya lahat nun? Or the assistant himself, the assistant of DA, for example.
I'm the one who cut this.
Yeah, nga, where are the materials that will be uploaded?
Each one is, we practiced already. We are sharing, so each one will load his material, screen share. So I don't think Luli gathered all of them. So it's really each one going to share his screen. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there are now 5 people waiting. So and 13 participants in the meeting and 5 people waiting. So is there anything else that you want to discuss? Is Giselle, I guess Giselle has left.
No, I just unmuted.
Oh,
I'm just here. I'm
okay.
muting myself for a short while.
So, Ma'am Luli.
Sorry, Luli, you will be the main host. So you will be the one telling people to do this, this, and this, and this. Because if there will be so many people saying you do this, this, and this, there will be problems. So Luli, you will be the main host.
Yeah, I will tell people about muting and unmuting when, I mean, when somebody's talking, then unmute. Everybody else's. But the host can do that. Can you? Dale, can you do that?
Yes, ma'am. We can control.
Mute everybody else except the speaker?
Yes, it should be that way. When the speaker is on, everyone should be muted. And then when he's through, then you can unmute the others who would like to ask questions. There's a panel there for the technical control.
So I will, Luli, I will also be on the lookout for that. So I will, unmute everyone except the speaker. Okay? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Rod, can you show yourself? So I guess we're about ready, and we still have 20 minutes, more than 20 minutes to go. So we can take a break. And then we can allow people in maybe 10 minutes before the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will do that. Yes. All right.
Okay, breakfast muna kayo.
Oo.
So,
Or coffee.
Coffee.
Dinner sa akin, yeah.
Excuse me, Francis.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a copy of the two bridge poster and video? Would you be able to play it?
I don't have it. Sorry. Si
okay.
Richmond po yung nag-play last time.
Because he's hosting the other session, so I'm alone here. And he sent it to me last night. The file is so big. You know, I'm not able to download it. It's on a PowerPoint.
Can you forward to me?
Yes, please. And then if I will make you a co-host, then
maski hindi po, maski i-share ko lang yung screen.
Okay. It's followed by the video. It's followed by the 2018 video. That's why it's big. But I'll send it to you, okay? As well.
Okay.
Ma'am Giselle, you can also forward it to me just in case. So I'll have a backup file.
Ayan, baka si Deo na lang siguro mas ano. But anyway, both of us siguro, both of us para to be sure.
So the plan is, Luli, as we admit people, perhaps at 7 minutes or 7:53, we can start flashing the two bridge and then the video. But if it does not work, it's all right. It's only extra. Okay, so I'll forward it to you now. No?
Deo? Deo? Wala.
Please check now, Francis, Deo, if you got the file. Francis, please unmute if you're talking to us. You're muted.
Okay. Yeah, now.
Did you get the email? Deo, did you get the email?
Wow, it's 462 meg.
That's why, yeah, because it's a 6-minute video. Just try. If not, it's all right.
Okay, I got it. I got it downloaded, Giselle.
Great. Okay, I hope you succeed in sharing it at, well, 7:53. Thanks. And Francis, in that case, I will make you a co-host. Is that okay? I will make Francis a co-host as well. So he can, or he can share the screen. I'm sorry. He can just share the screen.
So how many hosts do we have now? 5, Giselle.
4.
4.
Yeah. So Luli and you, and me, I will not be talking later. I'll just be watching the people coming. And Deo. So
And
4 of us.
who's going to be the moderator? I mean, going to introduce people.
I think it's Luli.
Luli.
Yes.
Ma'am Giselle, I also have the presentation. I can try it after ng DA.
Okay, please.
So, Rod,
Yes.
yeah, you welcome the participants.
Kanina. Yeah. Giselle can welcome the participants.
Giselle, yeah, as president of PAASE, pwede welcome
Yes.
participants. And then Rod can also say welcome, and I think this is speakers, apat yan. Rod can introduce 2, and I will introduce the other 2.
Very simply, introduce them. Okay?
I
I will introduce
Nigel.
who will be introducing who. The secretary and Nigel. And how about
Francis?
Francis and
so we're just showing the video now. It's just yes. I guess it's okay. You have to check the volume. We're just trying it now, right? We're
Yes,
not
ma'am.
yet playing.
I'm just trying. No.
We're trying it. Okay.
So, Rod?
Yes, Luli.
So, I can magsalitan tayo.
Okay.
I can introduce Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Then you introduce the DA. Mr. Joel Lales. And then I introduce Francis.
Then I introduce Nigel.
Nigel. Ano lang, di ba?
Simple lang para hindi time consuming.
About the title of the talk and then their affiliation, yun lang. Simple lang para we won't take much time.
Simple lang.
Yes.
Thank you. So let's also remind everyone to take a little time to look at the posters of our students. We're on day 3. So we have had 2 days, last Thursday and Friday, on agriculture and another theme. And then today and tomorrow we have sessions. And I know that the judges already selected some finalists. And the rapid fire competition will be on Wednesday. So it's Wendell Rivera who's in charge of that. So I don't see Dr. Montoya and Secretary Dar among the people waiting, but I will let in Alsa Rafika, former PAASE president. Okay. And our secretary, Marge Peña, our PAASE secretary, I'll let her in as well. Good morning, Al. Good morning, Marge. We're just quietly waiting here.
Good morning, Giselle. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Al.
Good morning, Marge. Okay.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Fine. So I'm going to admit all now because it's 7:53.
Yes.
Francis, are you ready to play the, show the two bridge? Don't
I
have
think
music.
I think Deo is playing it.
Okay, Deo.
I can start now po.
And then just watch the volume.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. There's no volume. No volume. You have to bring it up.
Deo, there's no volume.
Given executive branches to invest more in science and technology. So it started with a white paper, a position paper that we co-authored among 6 of us, namely Ernie Pernia, Cesar Saloma, Rodora. Toby Diarito Fataneo and Alvin Colaba de la Sala and myself.
So PAASE historically, in the past 10, 20 years for sure, have been collaborating with our counterparts here in the Philippines at various universities. And a lot of these interactions probably started as peer-to-peer. But thankfully, we have the Department of Science and Technology here in the Philippines, and they've come up with some really helpful and very impactful programs that actually enable PAASE members that are based in the United States and other parts of the world to actually come here and do extensive research and academic partnerships and collaborations.
Well, I think that one of the good things that PAASE is doing is really trying to stay in touch with the researchers and the scientists here in the Philippines. So I think that is one of the good programs that they keep on supporting some of the initiatives of our researchers and scientists here in the country, trying to align also their assistance towards the plans of the Philippine government.
It's very important that the PAASE members and scientists based in the Philippines are continuously in contact, so we will know the needs of the Filipinos and opportunities that Filipinos can have to do science with their PAASE counterparts. So these interactions, such as the conference that we're holding and the annual conferences that we have,
the Philippines and the scientists there have a very unique perspective that adds to discoveries and inventions advancing in general the field.
These members, because they are part of an academy, it implies that they are productive. So they have publications, they have innovations, they have inventions, patents, and they have, they have an impact on society. Okay, so these are the people who can convince government, invest more in science and technology, and that was really the gist of our paper, our position paper in 2000. And it is Ernie Pernia who said that R&D by nature is expensive and it is a public good. So it is important for the government to take the lead in investing in R&D.
To increase the economic growth potential of the country, we cannot continue to just rely on traditional inputs into production as capital and labor. We also need to develop our expertise in science and technology and innovation so that we can come up with new systems, new ways of doing things.
I think that science, researchers, industry, and even the government is really like an ecosystem of knowledge. So I think it doesn't really matter if you're coming from a private institution or a public institution, such as a state university. I think we all have a role to play to improve the research capabilities and scientific knowledge here in the country. I think it is about time for us to realize that one of our roles as academics, as researchers, as scientists, is to actually contribute to that global body of knowledge.
And the role of this cooperation among these government agencies really is to be able to attract science and technology global-based companies to set up shop here. And that is really key in terms of developing the science and technology innovation ecosystem in the country.
Particularly because there's that deep desire. And what PAASE does and can do more of is to promote this relationship between its members.
We really need to ratchet up the appreciation, the recognition of the importance of science and technology and innovation.
And we are all trying to attain what we call the common good, the greater, higher, long-term good of the Filipino people.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session of the 40th anniversary of PAASE conference. I'm Gisela Concepcion, 2020 PAASE president. And today is special because we have 4 group discussions in parallel. After 3 weeks of plenary and parallel sessions with over 200 oral presentations on topics covering the broad range of science and engineering by Filipinos who are based here in the United States and elsewhere in the world. We are on our 4th week of our conference, and today I am deeply grateful and honored that we have this group discussion session co-hosted by our eminent scientists, no less than National Scientist Lourdes Cruz and our NAST President, Rodora Asansa. And it's on one of the important topics that all of us scientists and engineers, as well as practitioners in the private sector are concerned about. And it is how to get some support for our research and our projects. So today, we are having this group discussion with a topic on evaluation of R&D grant proposal and project results. At this point, I would like to turn over the stage to our co-hosts, NS Luli Cruz and President Rod Asansa. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Good morning. To have the floor. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. As what President Concepcion has said, you are going to listen or take part in a very important discussion. We hope that senior and junior scientists would be discussing with us very actively the most important part of the research and development as process, which is research, evaluation, and monitoring. So we have invited 4 speakers, 2 from the 2 U.S. agency funded projects are being considered, and 2 people from local funding agencies like the DA and the DOST are invited as speakers, and the panelists are mostly young scientists. So National Scientist Cruz and I warmly welcome you to this particular meeting. May I give the floor to National Scientist Luli for the next presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. The first presentation will be given by Dr. Jaime Montoya, an academician of the National Academy of Science and Technology and Executive Director of PCHRD. He will talk on the DOST system for R&D grant proposal evaluation and project review. Is Jimmy around?
Hello, good morning, everyone. This is Paul Ernest De Leon. I'll be representing our Executive Director, Dr. Jaime Montoya, and I will do the presentation. I will be sharing my screen now.
Yes, please.
Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen. So first of all, good morning to everyone, and I hope everyone is safe and healthy during this challenging times, and my advance congratulations to the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering for holding this virtual convention amidst the pandemic. So, again, I'm Paul Ernest De Leon from the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development with the Department of Science and Technology, and I was tasked to provide you a short overview of the research and development evaluation process and our project review and monitoring. Okay, so my presentation will be basically divided into four parts. It's on the preliminary evaluation, technical evaluation proper, evaluation by approving authorities, and project implementation and renewal. So basically, these are the major steps whenever the PCHRD is conducting their evaluation and monitoring process. So let's start with the preliminary evaluation. So once the council receive a proposal, whether through our DOST portal or the project management system, a project manager will be assigned to handle the coordination and correspondence with the proponent. So this first stage, which we call as the preliminary evaluation, is actually the in-house review to be conducted by the project managers. So the first thing that we look into the proposal is it aligned to the relevant research priorities of the council? So basically, we are trying to check whether it is aligned with the NURA. I hope everyone is familiar with the NURA, or the National Unified Health Research Agenda 2016 to 2022. Then also alignment to the DOST's harmonized national R&D agenda. And for very specific call, if it is aligned with the specific research priorities that was mentioned. For the information of everyone, we have a number of research priorities up until 2022. And just to enumerate, we have number one, the drug discovery and development, or the Tuklas Lunas program. We also have the omic technologies for health, functional food and nutrition. We also have diagnostics, then emerging and re-emerging diseases such as dengue. We also have ICT, or information communication technology for health. We also have DRR, or disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in health. Then we also have bioengineering and health technologies. And the latest agenda or research priority that we included in the NURA is the mental health, which we just introduced last 2019. So if the proposal is aligned with the research priority, it will be further processed. But aside from that, the proponent's eligibility will be also checked. The proponent, or the people or institution who can submit to us a proposal, should be a Filipino citizen. The next one, with proof of capability and track record, he should be endorsed by the implementing institution. No existing accountabilities with DOST and other attached agencies, and no pending administrative or criminal case involving financial transactions. The proposal will undergo also some duplication and even plagiarism check. The proposal will be cross-checked across various databases, such as our HERDIN, or the Health Research and Development Information Network, Google Scholar, and other journals and other references. After which, we're going to check also the documentary requirements. Some of the major requirements that we request the proponents to submit includes the following: the full proposal following the DOST format, a detailed line item budget, or the LIB, with the corresponding counterpart funding from the implementing agency, the CV of the project leaders and the co-researchers, endorsement letter from agency head, duties and responsibilities of the research team, then applicable clearances depending on the type of study that you are forwarding to PCHRD for funding, and other requirements for the private sector or NGO, such as financial reports or SEC registration. So Yeah, before we proceed on that, so once the proponent or the implementing agency forwarded or completed or complied to all of those requirements, that is only the time that that PCHRD will continue to process your proposal. So the next step, after the proponent has completed all the necessary requirement, the project manager will then be working with a number or at maximum three technical expert or subject matter experts on the field to review and provide some comments or recommendation with regards to your proposal. So the proposal is then subjected to what we call either an en banc review or ad referendum review, and the panel will be reviewing the proposal and the other documents based on the following. The first one is on the project leader's capability, of course, the scientific and technical merit, the methodology, the time frame, the potential techno-takers or partners, plans for research utilization, the institutional capability or capacity, then the socioeconomic impact, environment and health impact, then political, cultural, and gender sensitivity, among others. So right now we have a number of forms that and scoring sheets that the technical panel used in evaluating these proposals. So one of the important items or aspects when we are reviewing our proposals is the evaluation of the anticipated outputs of your project. So DOST has the following 6 P's and 2 I's that we check. The first one is on publication. Second is on patent. The third one is on product. The fourth is on people services. We have places partnership, policies, and we just added this year the anticipated social impact and economic impact of the projects. Okay, so once we receive the comments coming from the technical evaluators, it will then be forwarded again back to the proponents or to the research team for them to address those questions or those queries. The proponents will be given some time to provide us an answer, then for us to reassess again if all of those questions by the technical reviewers are addressed. So once all of the comments are addressed and the technical panel recommends it for approval, we are then going to forward it to either of the following, our executive director, to the governing council, or to the executive committee of the DOST for the final approval. So as you can see there, just to provide you some delineation, if the project is less than 5 million, it is under the authority of our executive director for approval. Then if it is more than 5 million, it will be presented and approved by the governing council. And if the funds will be coming from the Department of Science and Technology's central office, it will then be again presented to the DOST executive committee. Now, once the project is approved either by the executive director, the governing council, or the executive committee, the memorandum of agreement will be drafted and signed by all of the participating agencies, and the funds will be transferred, and the proponents and the implementing agency can already start the execution of their project. So the projects can either be a single year or multi-year, and the project evaluation after those years are evaluated by checking the project accomplishment vis-a-vis the project target outputs that is basically written in the memorandum agreement. So either for single years or multi-year projects, we make sure as much as possible that the technical reviewers who reviewed the initial proposal is also the same technical reviewers who will be reviewing the terminal report of the project. So once the project is already finished, the PCHRD is expecting to receive, of course, aside from the accomplishment of the deliverables, the final terminal report and the final financial report. It should be audited. Now, just to provide you some latest information with regards to the research and development evaluation process. Initially, PCHRD received proposals or accept proposals 24/7. But we started this year harmonizing the timing of accepting of proposals. So this is actually a DOST-wide activity which started last April, wherein we had a call for proposal, and the proposals to be approved will then be funded for 2021 to 2022. So the PCHRD held their call last April 1 to April 30, and we received a number of, I think, around 200 proposals, and just around 15% of that was approved for 2021-2022. Then aside from that, another change is we have standardized our proposal evaluation process. So most of the proposals right now are being forwarded from the DOST portal. We have what we call the DOST Project Management Information System. This is a centralized system or portal where the researchers and proponents or prospective proponents can actually forward all of the proposals and some and the other documentary requirements for submission. Aside from that, another change that we are trying to implement is the 40 working days turnaround time. So I think some of the proponents or some of our researchers who submitted proposals before to PCHRD uh, had some experience with regards to the turnaround time. But right now, we are trying to shorten the review process to just 40 working days. But there is a catch. The catch here is the proponents will be given at least 7 to 10 days to respond to the comments of the technical panel evaluators for us to proceed with the processing of your proposal. Then, as I mentioned earlier, we are very keen in reviewing the six P's outputs and the two I's, the economic and social impact evaluation of the proposal being submitted to us. So basically, that is just the gist of the R&D evaluation process and evaluation and monitoring of PCHRD projects. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you.
Thank you very much for your presentation about the DOST system for particularly PCHRD for the reviewing research proposals. And so we now go to the second speaker, and may I request Dr. Rodora Asansa to introduce the next speaker, please.
Yeah. The Secretary of the Department of Agriculture agreed to present something from the Department of Agriculture, and his paper is entitled Resiliency Response Research for Development. This is going to be a review towards the evaluation and monitoring of proposals in connection with agriculture and fisheries. To present the paper, we have Mr. Joel Lales from the Program Development Office of the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Lales, please.
Pleasant morning to everyone. Allow me to present, let me just share my screen. Okay. Okay, good morning. So on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, Secretary Dr. William T. Dar, and the Director of the Bureau of Agricultural Research, Dr. Nicomedes Elizar. I'm Joel Lales. I am the Chief of the TABAR Program Development Division. And for this morning, I was asked to present on behalf of the Department of Agriculture the Resiliency Response Research for Development Program. Is my screen already sharing? I think it's sharing. Okay, so hopefully that I also have a good audio. So let me proceed. So I'll be presenting this program for purposes of this discussion so that we'll be able to better rationalize how we are prioritizing proposals, research for development proposals, particularly for the Department of Agriculture. I will just make this a very quick one. Let's just skip on this because we all know that the Bureau of Agriculture Research is one of the offices of the Department of Agriculture. We're focusing on research for development coordination work. So this is our vision in a nutshell, our mission. So let me skip that, but let me spend some time here. In this particular slide, I would just like to share to you, this is now how the Department of Agriculture has refocused its programs in terms of coping and addressing the needs of the times, particularly in this particular pandemic period. If I may borrow from the words of the Secretary William Dar mentioned that the threat of hunger is as real as the threat of the pandemic itself. That is why the DA has really refocused its directions towards increasing food production and availability. Meaning this is really in support, fortifying the vision that has been laid before us when the Secretary came into office last year to have a food secure and resilient Philippines with prosperous farmers and fisherfolk. So this is the framework that we are following at the Department of Agriculture. We have to come up with survival programs, resiliency programs, and we need to change the paradigm or reboot the way we do things in order for us to grow agriculture with increasing investment and partnership with the private sector. So I will not dwell so much on this, but I would just like to share to the group that this is our strategic anchor. So specifically for us in the research for development. So for the research for development framework, this is how we perceive when we were asked to refocus. We made a really revisiting of how we do things. So from before that we are looking at it more on a broader scope, we are now more focused really on this particular framework, which is the food security and resiliency. And what should be highlighted here, beyond food security, is really the resiliency. As the Secretary keeps telling us that we really cannot have a sustainable food security if the resiliency element is not imbibed in all programs. So from the vision, which is a shared vision across all Department of Agriculture, implementing agencies, we follow through with the framework as I shared earlier. And as far as the research for development, in terms of our mandate, we are addressing food production, availability, accessibility, and affordability as our immediate sectoral goals to be addressed. So with that, the strategies that we are now employing is first is to look at the whole chain as part of the policy shift that is espoused by the Secretary. Beyond the supply or the point of production, all interventions should really look and cut across the whole food chain, meaning from the point of production to the point of consumption. So for us in research and development, we are looking at it also on a systematic approach from input, production, post-production, and we're also looking at an expanded approach on farming systems under an inclusive agribusiness approach, meaning you produce, you put in all, you develop a certain key production areas where all the possible commodities can be grown and later allow for possibilities for consolidation and clustering so that the farmers, the cooperatives will have a better chance at doing business. And then other strategy also is looking at food products. upscaling of food products and technologies, which is also connected in how we will develop agri-enterprise or agripreneurs. We're also supporting sustained support for capacities like infrastructure, facilities, the manpower, researchers and scientists, continuous capacitation. And also we are nurturing research and development networks across the country because these are our knowledge base, the seat of continuous technology generation and and upscaling of technologies. We're also looking at digital agriculture as an important platform for us to have good, sound basis for planning and decision making, making use of big data analytics, the Internet of Things. Okay, so with that, we have these as a strategies and the programs. Okay, grant fund windows. These are the grant fund windows that are attached. I think I have not explicitly mentioned it or stated in the presentation, but these are just the specific programs under those strategies. But what are the different grant fund windows wherein partners can submit to us proposals that would address these different needs across the strategies? We have for applied research, support for applied research. We have support for technology commercialization or technology upscaling. We also have support for research facilities development. We have support for capacity building for scientists and researchers in the form of scholarships, degree scholarship, non-degree for those who are attending conferences, and other scientific exchange programs. And then we have also some level of support for scientific publications or grants. Okay, so among others. Anyway, those are the project windows where partners can submit proposals to us in the Department of Agriculture. Okay, so I'll just skip through this. I have mentioned this earlier. Okay, this is just a very simplified process flow. It's almost quite similar to the earlier presentation, but this one is more, simpler. Proposal submission, of course, the usual thing, you submit and then we acknowledge. Of course, submission requires endorsement from the principal of the head of agency from the submitting institution. And then we have an in-house screening committee, meaning these are all the internal expertise. And the NBank, should there be a need for us to further look into the proposals in terms of technical merits, then we engage with the pool of experts. We have a pool of R&D experts coming from different institutions, from the academe, from the department, from other departments as well. And also we are now further strengthening the involvement of those coming from the private sector. In fact, later part of this year, we'll be creating a higher level of advisory board so that on the policy level, there will be a more wider guidance and perspective as far as our research for development programs and policies. Then, if there are revisions or needed improvements, then we have some room for packaging and revision. And then submission for further vetting of your proposal, and then leading to the approval and funding. Okay, the usual, we give a notice to proceed. Now for the project monitoring, review, and evaluation, we have for the last few years have been developing and further strengthening our perspective towards a more results-based monitoring and evaluation using the theory of change. So both at the level of projects and programs. But this one is, I will be presenting more at the level of the project. So the usual projects are required to submit progress and completion reports. Upon completion, progress is during, significant milestones of the projects. Because of this because of this pandemic, we are now, going towards a more flexible type of monitoring, particularly using technology to do more virtual or remote type of M&E apart from the field level because of the restrictions. Okay, so upon checking if the evaluation, if all the requirements are satisfactory, we then issue the succeeding fund release, and then leading towards project completion. Okay, so for the reference of the group, this is the list of the DA bar officials. So you see our director, Dr. Nicomedes Elizar, assistant director, and the different divisions corresponding to the different funding windows that I mentioned earlier, and the key officials that are handling them. So that is my last slide. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Lales, for your very informative presentation. For the participants, we now have an open forum. You may write your questions in the chat box or raise your hand if you want to ask the question. And maybe Dr. Azanza. Dr. Azanza?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, you have a question.
So I would like to address this question to Mr. Lales. Mr. Lales.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Yeah,
here
it
po.
seems I would like to congratulate the Department of Agriculture for upgrading their how do you call this, their focus right away in response to the pandemic. But if you compare your procedure, if you compare your procedure to that of the DOST as presented by the PCHRD, they had a time element. So do you have any time element in your particular procedure? And the pool of your experts, how wide is the pool of your experts? I mean, for your consultants in the processing of the proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your questions. The first one is on the time element. Yes, ma'am, we have wait.
Like how long would you process there? According to the DOST, they have the 40-day turnaround, and they would like to make it 15-day turnaround. So do you have something like that?
Sorry, ma'am. I had some technical problems earlier. So anyway, yeah, as far as time element, yes, we have. In fact, in our processes, which we had duly certified last year and even prior years, then we revived it for the ISO certification. That was made explicit to us. The specific timelines on a per process, on a per quality process, to ensure that we are really keeping with the timelines and keeping with what is really our commitment to the clients. So I'm so sorry that I was not able to explicitly show it here, but rest assured that we are following those timelines so that we are, we follow a more efficient and effective process. As far as dun po sa experts, yes, we do have a pool of experts. These are coming from different fields of expertise. We have, depending on the focus, the research focus, if it focus on certain industry or commodity, then we engage with experts coming from different fields, from the academe, from the private sector, from the NGO, even the DA, within the DA partners, both the national and regional. We are in the process of further widening the perspectives because when the Secretary Dar came to office, he really put a marching order that there should be more private sector participation in the review process, particularly in the setting of policies. That's why, as I mentioned, ma'am, earlier, we will be convening a higher level, an advisory board, hopefully within September of this year, with no less than the secretary as the chairperson for that. So that these policies will be cutting across and it will become more of a holistic and inclusive in terms of inclusive market orientation for us in research for development, knowing full well that really the challenge for research for development is really that immense, especially in this time of crisis.
Okay, thank you. May I continue just one last question, National Scientist Luli? Okay,
Okay.
for the two agencies, my question is, do you have something in the process that would ensure the intellectual rights of the proponent? Because even at the proposal stage, there will be intellectual rights that should be protected, the ideas for innovation and so on. Do you have a process like when we review for the National Institute of Health or NOAA in the US, we have to sign something like that, meaning to protect the rights of the proponents. We have something like that for both agencies. So that's my last question for the two speakers. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lales, please.
Okay, ma'am. So if I may go first, it's not yet that, well, we have mechanisms to make sure that all these, if there are, there are elements within the proposals that has potential, that has IP value, we have mechanisms to get it out of the proponents, but not yet in a very formal or structured way. So we make it documented in the project proposal. And then, of course, when we undertake a memorandum of agreement with the proponents, these are all made explicit under certain provisions of the law, of the pertinent laws. We are now also being challenged to be more active so that we have more turnout of, patents for all of these research outputs that we are generating. Because in reality, compared to other countries, we are quite, not faring in the same level. So just to answer the question, ma'am, in a very quick way, we have some mechanisms, but not that formal, not that structured, but we are improving on it. And we are also looking at, we are consulting, we are making consultations so that we better improve on this, so that we are really addressing the needs of the research and scientists, particularly on intellectual property protection and benefits.
Okay.
Thank you.
For the DOST, and yes, it's basically the same with what Mr. Lales mentioned. We know the importance of intellectual property, and we have been doing some mechanisms specifically during our review process in really trying to get the details as much as possible of any patentable technologies or other products that they will be producing or yielding from the project. And also, we are including some provisions and also clause statements in our memorandum of agreement just to make sure that the proponents or the researchers are well informed on how the intellectual property arrangement will be done once the project is implementing. So basically, we do not have any forms, but it is being discussed during the technical evaluation, specifically also during the governing council and the EXICOM. But yes, DOST-PCHRD is very keen on noting on that particular area.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, does that answer your question? Were
Yes.
interested in
yes.
knowing about the IP protection at this
At the
stage,
proposal
at the
level.
proposal level?
Evaluation level, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there's Marie Antoinette
Annette,
raised her hand.
raising hand.
Yes. Yes, Annette.
Hi, magandang umaga po. Gusto ko lang magtanong kay Mr. Lales ng PA-BAR. So, unang-una po salamat dun sa pagbahagi ng framework on food security. And definitely, isa yan sa pinakamahalaga in the immediate term in the pandemic. Ang tanong ko lang po, on a longer and more holistic framework, kasama po ba yung sustainable food production consistent with sustainable development goals? And I mean, we can have scaling up, pero kasama po ba yung sustainability? And I'm talking about not only environmental, no? Of course, it's a very big factor. Lalo na po in relation to fisheries production, be it capture fisheries or aquaculture.
Ma'am, thank you for your question. You would please, I beg for your, understanding, but baka I will have a very limited scope of answering you because, this level is more of a higher policy level, but I will try to address your question, ma'am. In the framework of the Secretary, as I mentioned earlier, what was being highlighted there before and highlighted there, which was not explicit in the previous plans of the DA, was that resiliency. It was be given more emphasis so that when we do increase production in so many ways, food production through resiliency programs, plant, that is the main banner program of the Secretary is to plant, signifying farm. It covers everything from agriculture to fisheries. It involves everything. But if we do not employ resiliency to disaster, resiliency to climate, and even the resiliency of people, then all of these programs will become short-term or medium-term. There will be no sustainability. In fact, in the policy shifts that the Secretary has given as a policy guidance of this policy implementing guidance of this framework, one of the policy shifts that the Secretary highlighted was the importance of the nexus between food, energy, and water security. So that is a very good thing because if you take away one, the rest, the triangle collapses. Again, there's no sustainability. Fisheries is also as I go to your, as you mentioned about fisheries, yes, in the recent report on statistics, aside from crops that contributed to the growth, fisheries is the other one. So we're looking at really good interventions here that would really spur up the growth of not only terrestrial or land-based agriculture, but also fisheries and aquatic resources, particularly giving also some emphasis on what can be done, okay, within aquaculture. So that's it, ma'am. So the other programs, I cannot expound more because there are other agencies in the department that can better explain how fisheries programs would be looking at within the next few years.
Pwedeng follow up lang? May I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Annette?
So follow up lang po. So in relation to what you mentioned, suggestion siguro, I know DA-BAR is just one of the agencies under DA. Yun pong mahalaga siguro yung na magkaroon din ng criteria related to resiliency. If that is one of the hallmarks, and I really appreciate that, no? Siguro in reviewing and prioritizing in relation to food security, baka ho mabuti na there's a standard framework or checklist kung nagko-conform siya sa principles of resiliency, whether it's economic, environmental, socio-cultural, across all food production systems, both land and aquatic. Hindi rin kasi hiwalay, no? Just I think everybody knows yung production naman natin, and NAST is also had a lot of workshops on sustainable production systems. Even for aquaculture, there's a lot of interface inland, no? So kung pwede po na within the agency, sana makadevelop ng criteria or checklist when you check against resiliency for consistency with the sustainable development goals. So salamat po.
Salamat din po, ma'am, for that suggestion. We do consider all of your suggestions, and as I mentioned earlier, kami po sa bar ay we welcome all your suggestions, because we are really evolving, and we are looking back, reflecting continuously on our policies and plans so that we can better serve the purpose of the sector. Thank you po.
Yeah, thank you. We now just have 5 minutes or 4 minutes for questions, and there are a number of questions in the chat box. Two related questions is on the timeline from Dr. Danilo Largo, the deadlines for proposal submission, and maybe you can share it with them, with the participants later. Even through the chat box, and how long will it take for a proposal to be approved from submission of proposal to approval? And what has been the average duration in terms of number of months? The OST said, the 40 days and trying to trim it down. But the 40 days, I think, is just the initial review. And sometimes it really takes a much longer time.
Initially, ma'am, the proposal evaluation of the DOST is around 75 days. Then we trim it down to 65 days, and now we are working on 40 days or less. So the start of the evaluation process is upon the completion of all the necessary documents as mentioned earlier. So maging start po ang ating day one once the project manager or PCHRD thinks na all of the initial requirements are already complied. And after 40 days, the proponents will be informed whether their project is approved or not, para hindi na rin po matagal na naghihintay yung ating mga proponents.
Okay. Thank you. There's a question here from Dr. Francis de los Reyes. For both speakers, how big is the pool of reviewers? And is the actual review process for each proposal standardized? So, Mr. Lales?
Oh, yes, ma'am. It's not really big, but the pool per se is big because it covers so many sectors and cross-cutting concerns. But if we talk about a certain sector only under review, we're talking about around five or less than 10 experts in the actual review for a specific set of projects under a common sector. Standardization is we have devised a template for them to, with a set of questions pertaining, for example, if you have concerns and objectives, it's a guide, some sort of a questions that would guide the reviewers how to better frame or outline their set of questions. But it doesn't prevent them also from, asking other questions beyond that. So yes, we do have some means to standardize somehow the means for the review process.
Mm-hmm. With DOST, how big is the pool of reviewers?
For the DOST, I think we have a good number of reviewers, though most of our problems is really in terms of the priority areas, some priority areas. For example, in drug discovery, we have a pool of really good experts in terms of our Tuklas Dunas project. But for example, for the new areas, example in data analytics or bioengineering, those are our challenges. But with regards to the other programs, we have a good number of pool of researchers who assist us in reviewing the proposals. So, and for the other question, yes, DOST is currently finalizing the harmonization of the evaluation process. The evaluation process is not just for PCHRD, but also for the other councils, for PSHERD, for PICARD, and for NRCP. Actually, before the end of the year, we will be releasing the DOST monitoring and evaluation guideline. So as you can see there, you will see there the forms that we are going to use, the implementation process for each of the council, and even the after project evaluations that we are going to conduct. So just to answer the question, yes, we have a harmonized and centralized evaluation process as of the moment.
Okay. There are still a number of questions in the chat box, but it's now time to go to the next speaker. We will have another open forum session later. And if the speakers will have to leave, I hope they can still stay till later. But if you have to leave, we will send you the remaining questions. And we hope you can answer this. And maybe we will ask the people who've asked questions. We'll try to see how you can connect. And then we'll just go ahead with the next talk. Thank you very much to the two speakers
Thank you very much.
From the
Maraming
APAMS
salamat po.
and
Maraming salamat po sa
DOST.
kanila.
Thank you very much for spending time with us. And we hope you can also answer the questions that we will send you from the chat box.
Sure, ma'am. We'll send.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. And so now we have our next speaker, Dr. Francis de los Reyes, who is a professor at the North Carolina State University, and he will talk on the USA systems for R&D grant proposal evaluation and project review. Francis?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Let me share my screen. And make sure. Okay, so. My task today is to describe for you, paint you a picture of the R&D grant review systems in the US. But because that's a big topic, I'm going to focus on the National Science Foundation process. One, because that's the most familiar agency for me. In the past 20 years, that's probably one of my main funding sources myself. And then also because it represents a lot of the basic science research in the US. So let me start with talking about R&D funding in the US. And these are some of the funding agencies or organizations. So of course, this is not meant to be comprehensive. And I divided that into the different sectors. So for example, you have federal funding sources, and examples are NSF, USDA, the US Department of Agriculture, NIH, the National Institutes of Health, Department of Energy, EPA. And each of the departments, Homeland Security, Education, and so on, and obviously the military also are federal funding sources. And at the state level, all the different states also have agencies that fund proposals. So I just put here two, for example, in North Carolina, the Water Resources Research Institute, the North Carolina Biotechnology Center. You might have a wide variety of funding sources depending on their interests and what they're doing. Of course, you have private foundations also, the Ford Foundation, the Sloan Foundation, the Hertz Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and they have their own review process also. Industry is also a big source of funding in the US, and this can be a particular industry, agricultural industry like the pork or swine industry, or it can be a particular chemical company. or it can even be consulting engineering companies that are needing some expertise. And so it really depends on these companies how they want to fund a particular research project. They might actually approach a professor or a researcher or a research agency directly and basically come to terms with them without the actual review process that's more common for a federal agency. And then the university itself is a recipient and at the same time can also have programs for funding. So, for example, at UP, you have the UP funding that you can apply for. At NC State, my university, there's a variety of different programs that they target new faculty, for example, or specific topics, even big topics. And sometimes it's also a lot of money. Now, I put here either contracts or gifts. What I'm referring to here is the way the university gets money from outside sources is either as grants, and that's what we're going to talk about today, but they can also be contracts. So examples might be testing contracts, where an outside company might say, I want this lab to test for me these samples because I don't have that capability. And so that's a testing service agreement. And the university lab then becomes kind of like an outside lab or a gift. A company might just say, okay, I want to give this lab or this professor $50,000 because they are doing research in an area that I'm interested in. So these are nice if you're the receiver of this, right, as a researcher, because that's unrestricted, right? But the industry or the company gets an advantage because that's all tax deductible. So sometimes, you receive a phone call, end of the year for a company, and they have to spend $100,000, and they call you and say, hey, I have $50,000. I'm going to just give it to you as a gift, but if possible, please work on this area of research. So they don't really tell you exactly what to do. They're just basically saying, here's our tax deductible donation. Okay, because we have a lot of different funding agencies and different review processes, I'm going to focus on the NSF, the National Science Foundation, for a variety of reasons, which hopefully will become clearer. So NSF is an independent federal agency that was created in 1950, and this is the official, the goals, right? To promote the progress of science, to advance the national health, prosperity, and welfare, and to secure the national defense, and for other purposes. And that last line actually becomes important. So NSF is very, very important. It supports basic research and people to create knowledge that transforms the future. And some of this language is very important when you talk about basic research, right? So it's not just applied research, but basic research. And then this vocabulary that transforms the future. So transformative research. And so for the NSF, they see themselves, and it is true that they're a primary driver of the US economy. And they can point to any number of inventions or research products that basically you can really see how that has impacted the US economy, enhances the nation's security, and advances knowledge to sustain global leadership. I looked up NSF's annual budget for fiscal year 2020, and it's about $8.3 billion. And last year, I think they were awarding something like 12,000 new awards per year. So that just gives you an idea of the scope. And more importantly, NSF is the source of funding for about 1/4 of all basic research conducted by the US colleges and universities. So that's really a really big chunk of the funding for the hundreds and thousands of colleges and universities in the US.
Excuse me, Francis, can you go on the presentation mode?
I thought I was in the presentation mode. Okay, let me.
We see a small slide and then with the next slide shown on the right.
Okay. Let's see.
Sorry.
I thought I was in presentation mode, but let's see.
You were in presenter view.
Okay. Well, it's is this better? No.
I don't see it.
Oh, okay. Just a second. Sorry.
Go back to
Share
the
screen, Franz. I-share screen mo.
Yes, yes.
go into slideshow and then click on okay.
There.
Okay, there you are. There you are.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yep.
Andyan na, yes, that's better.
Okay, okay. Sorry, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. Um, let's see. Okay, so the last point is quite important because NSF is funding all fields of basic science and engineering, but not the medical sciences. So that's kind of a hard line because that medical sciences, that's basically NIH. And within NIH, they have a different review process. And we don't have time to talk about that. And also, I'm not a real expert on that. In fact, one of our PAASE members and previous vice presidents, or Lea Tolosa Croucher, is actually an NSF, or sorry, an NIH program officer. So she can talk about the NIH process. But that's a little bit too specific because that's really just for medical and health sciences. Okay. One way to understand NSF is to understand the different directorates. And there are 7 directorates, and they're listed here. And the reason I'm putting this is because all of the RFPs, the requests for proposals, all of the projects are actually coming from these directorates. It's not just one big lump, National Science Foundation, but the research proposals fall into programs within directorates. So for example, my directorate is either biological sciences or engineering. So within engineering, you'll have different programs, and each program will have a program officer. So that's just important because you don't do it by topic area, right? Like disaster relief or something like that, but it's by the basic science, and this is how NSF is organized. Okay, another thing to understand about NSF are the different types of NSF grants. And again, this is not everything, but I just wanted to point out some of the common ones. So a standard NSF grant is 3 years, around $350,000, around $100 to $115,000 a year. There's an NSF Rapid, and these are meant to be quick responses. It's called actually rapid response grants, responses to existing challenges that need to be addressed right away. So these are very short, 1 year max, and then 200K max. But also these are not reviewed by a panel. And I'll talk about panels in a little bit, but these are just the decisions of the program officer. So a rapid is essentially the program officer has a certain budget within his program, millions and millions, and he can decide, or she can decide, okay, there's a hurricane and there's a lot of things that we have to understand. There's an oil spill, there's a COVID pandemic, and I can, take in and basically fund up to 200K, a lot of different projects. And then NSF also funds fellowships, graduate fellowships. These are very prestigious. If you're an NSF graduate fellow, that's a very real nice feather on your cap. Also for postdocs. And then you have also research experience for undergraduates. So they also fund undergraduate research. A special type of grant is the Career Award. And what this is a restricted to not tenure track, not yet tenured academics within the first 5 years of their appointment as an assistant professor. And this is a little bit bigger, and it's 5 years, and it's supposed to give them a boost, right, to get a career award. And that's also quite prestigious. If you get a career award, that's really a nice grant to get. There are major research instrumentation grants. There are conference grants. And then you have these cross-cutting grants. What these are essentially big topics, and the different directorates share and cooperate and say, okay, we're going to have a cross-cutting grant across different directorates. And usually these are big teams and millions, right? An example might be the research centers, and these are specific for the engineering directorate, but an ERC is around $30 million for 5 years. So it's a multidisciplinary, multi-university approach, and it's a big thing to get that because that's really focusing a lot of funds on a particular topic. For example, NC State has 2 of these, and that's the maximum you can get at any given time. One is on wearables, and the other one is on distributed electrical grids. Okay. So let's go now to the nuts and bolts of NSF. And this is a figure from NSF, and this is the NSF review process. So they divide that into 3 phases. Phase 1 is proposal preparation and submission. And usually an RFP comes out. Again, it's coming from the directorates, or it may be cross-cutting. And usually they give you 90 days
pag-download ako ang mga picture.
from the RFP to when the deadline for the proposal is, right? So that's step 1. Okay, the proposal is submitted. And the proposal is submitted by the university, through the university. And we'll talk about that particular mechanism. The proposal is received. So that's phase 1. So all within 90 days. And this all happens electronically. There is no paper involved. Basically, everything is online. And then phase 2 is proposal review and processing. And it's about 6 months. Essentially, the program officer puts together a panel of reviewers, and they go through this process, and then the program officer recommends, and the division director reviews, and then phase 3 award processing is around 30 days. And so if you think about the whole thing, in about 7 months after you submit, the money should be with you already at the university. The rapids are quick. Usually, within less than a month, the money is with you, and the approval is already very quick, like a few days, so that you can start spending. Because again, the idea there is, there's something happening very quickly. You need to get the data, you need to deploy. But the typical proposal process is like this. Okay, what are the merit review principles? First is that NSF thinks of it as really advancing the science. And so it's the highest quality research that has the potential to advance, if not transform, the frontiers of knowledge. So they're not after incremental research. They're not after incremental ideas. They actually are saying, okay, give me your highest quality research. And so to get an NSF award is actually not very common. The success rate is around 5%. And if you get one, that really means that your idea and your proposal and your project is really good. The second review principle is that NSF projects should contribute more broadly to achieving societal goals. And I'll talk about that also in a little bit. And that meaningful assessment and evaluation should be based on appropriate metrics. So for the standard grants, there is evaluation and assessment, but the bigger grants have a lot more responsibility in terms of that last point, right? Okay, and this is boiled down into 2 very important review criteria for any proposal. The first one is intellectual merit. And what this is the potential to advance knowledge. The second one, what we call the broader impacts. How does the proposal or the project contribute to benefiting society and increasing diversity, increasing inclusion in science, increasing infrastructure for research, increasing K-12 science education, increasing STEM. So these are all under broader impacts, right? So the first one is basically the science itself, the research itself. And then the second one is, how does this actually have any broader impacts? And it doesn't have to be through the technology or the science. it can be through the project itself. Like I said, how will you include underrepresented groups or minorities? How will you include STEM education in K to 12, or again, sectors that are previously underserved? So there are actually 5 official criteria that any reviewer has to go through. And I won't read them, but the first one has to do with intellectual merit and broader impacts. The second one is very, very specific to intellectual merit. How is this creative, original, or potentially transformative? So any project, you have to say, okay, my project is this, and it is original. Nobody has done this before. And if it works, it's potentially transforming the field or other fields, right? The third one is the plan, well-reasoned, organized, and sound? And is there a mechanism to assess success? Number 4 has to do with qualifications of the team or the individual. And then number 5, do you have the resources available to you so you can actually get what you promised to get done, right? So these are the 5 merit review criteria. Now, how does this work? So the program officer essentially assembles a panel to review. And each proposal is reviewed by at least 3, but preferably 4 peer reviewers. And they rate each proposal. And then this panel gets together, and they're invited by the program officer. And typically the panel is a panel for maybe 15 to 25 proposals, and there are 12 to 14 reviewers. And so if you look at that math, right, each reviewer is doing like 8 to 10 randomly assigned. Well, it's not really randomly assigned, it's based on your expertise. But the program officer does this, right? So that each proposal gets at least maybe 4 peer reviewers. For each proposal, there is a lead, and the lead reviewer has to summarize the proposal during the panel. And the panel, again, is a face-to-face, or the last panel I had was actually a Zoom panel. And the lead has to summarize the proposal. There's a scribe, and the scribe takes notes and prepares the panel summary. Basically, anything that has to be given back to the researchers, the scribe puts that together. And then you have 1 to 2 reviewers that also discuss and rate the proposal. So this is important because you get in a room, whether it's Zoom or a real room. This happens in DC, or Virginia, Alexandria. You basically fly all your panelists to NSF, and it's just 1 or 2 days, depending on how many proposals the panel has to do. If it's 15 proposals, maybe that can be done in 1 day or 1.5 days. 25 proposals, that's easily 2 days. And they actually sit there, and each proposal is reviewed by, everybody in the room, but then you have these 4 panelists who are actually the ones who read the whole proposal and discuss it. So there's an actual discussion happening. At the end of this, each reviewer has to give a rating. So from poor to excellent. So poor, fair, and good are not good news, right? Usually you have to score very good or excellent, V or E, in order for your proposal to typically go through and have a chance to be funded. If you have 1 poor, that's it. If you have 1 fair, maybe that's it also, right? Maybe I've seen some proposals get funded if they're good, but that means there's some excellence also. So this is what the proposer, the research team gets back. They get the ratings from each of the individual reviewers. So you get 3 or 4 of these ratings. And also you get a panel summary that tells you, okay, is this going to be recommended or not? Okay, I got this data from my program officer from 2011, and you can see the distribution of the ratings. The blues are the declines and the yellows are the awards. And you can see that pretty much you have to score at least a good to be awarded, right? A fair and a poor, they're not really awarded, right? There are some, right? 64 here, 3 here. That means it was poor in one respect, but then some other reviewers gave it an excellent. I don't know what happened there, right? But that gives you an idea, the snapshot, and also the 5 to 10% acceptance rate. Now, the panel also, at the end of this review, has to score each proposal, whether they are highly recommended, recommended, or not recommended. So not recommended means that's out, right? And then the highly recommended probability would be that will be funded. And so for, let's say, a panel of 15 proposals, maybe 2 or 3 might be highly recommended. And then there may be a group that's recommended. And there's going to be some discussion, right? But definitely you have to score at least recommended to at least merit consideration for funding. Now this is where we go to the program officer who now takes these recommendations. And the program officer has a lot of leeway and a lot of responsibility. And he can decide, okay, this particular recommended proposal, it may be lower than this other recommended proposal, but I'm going to put it up and I'm going to fund that, depending on his portfolio, because he's trying to be inclusive. He's trying to be diverse in terms of topic, in terms of focus, or even in terms of who's going to receive it, right? Because otherwise, maybe all the big universities will get all the money, and the smaller universities will not get any money. So he's got to think about all of these things. And then finally, once he recommends that, usually you're going to be funded. The division director review, that's not really, that's really just looking at the whole portfolio. And the rest of it, business review and award finalizing, I mean, that's just, standard. And usually you will get the proposal funded. So a few things. Submission and awarding, again, submission is made to NSF by universities, not individuals. And the award is to the university, not the individual. In terms of reporting requirements, NSF just has annual reports and final reports. So if you have a 3-year project, you have 2 annual reports, and then you have a final report. And the annual report has to, you have to give all your products, all of the people you've trained, you have to list all your conferences, papers, and the actual outputs, what has changed in the field because of your project. So it's not very hard to do if you do the work. Okay, platforms. All of these is online. And this is one of my favorite parts about NSF is that there's no paper. It's very easy. You upload your proposal, and this one is Fastlane, and that's the NSF platform. And as a PI, you have your own account with NSF through your university, and you can check your proposals. This is the same platform for panel review, proposal review, and so on. It's just one platform. So there's actually also research.gov, which is the Fastlane and research.gov are kind of coexisting right now. But research.gov is where they want to migrate this to. And again, same thing, you have your account, which is the same as your Fastlane account. You can see, your different projects, your different proposals over the years. This is how you submit your proposals and how you actually file your reports. Okay, so my opinions. I wanted to end with some analysis. Hope I gave you an idea of the process. Okay, the first one is that even with a diversity of expertise in these review panels, and again, the program officer puts together the review panels depending on the topic, right? The RFP. So these are all experts. These are all PhDs, usually academics, professors, but there may be some industry people too. Over the years, what I've observed is that bad proposals are easy to spot and easy to eliminate. And the top proposals are also easy to identify. It's the middle of the pack that's a little bit more difficult, right? So you can always eliminate a bunch of them, and you can always see the top 2 or 3 proposals. But it's the middle that's you got to discern and really read to do it. My second observation is that peer reviewers really take this seriously. So you have to sign, like was mentioned earlier, that you have no conflict of interests, right? So you have to step out and not be part of the panel if there's somebody from your university, right? Or a friend or somebody you have collaborations with, a paper, or you're on the editorial board together. These are conflicts of interests. Your PhD supervisor and your PhD students. These are all permanent conflicts of interest. So you can never review, your students' work or former students' work, and vice versa. There's also a code of conduct, a confidentiality agreement. So this goes to the question about IP. And you sign this paper and you say, I'm not supposed to take advantage of what I learned from the proposal review process. I cannot take that same idea and use it for another proposal, right? So that is taken seriously. And the last observation is that program officers have to be really good. They have to be competent. They have to be visionary because they have a lot of influence. They actually can direct the money to topics and people that they want, as long as they pass the review process. Okay, maybe some suggestions that may be relevant to the Philippines. And this is my last slide. The first suggestion is that we need to tap experts as peer reviewers. And I think PAASE members actually can be tapped. I think they're willing and they're able. And we may have a pool of experts there depending on the topic that we can tap as reviewers. I put their symbolic compensation because NSF actually pays you, right? So, for a panel, usually you get, it's per day. You get paid per day, around $120 to $200 a day, I think. So if it's a 2-day panel, you get $400. But I think for PAASE members, maybe this can just be symbolic. Maybe just, you can say, okay, we're going to offer you something. And maybe most PAASE members might say, we don't, we're not going to accept it. We're going to donate it or something, but at least maybe offer that because it is time. You have to read the proposals. You have to spend time writing your reports and so on. The number 2 maybe suggestion is to formulate RFPs from roundtables, maybe in consultation and advice of experts on key priority issues. The third one is we really need good program officers to discern and decide. And then I was happy to see that there's already online grants management happening at the OST. That is really important to make it more efficient. And then the last point is to, and this is more of an observation, is that we really need to have really good university pre-awards and contracts and grants offices. And these are the staff that will help researchers, put together all the other stuff that is not really related to the science, but more of the paperwork, right? And they have to do all this paperwork. And in the US, this is funded by overhead. So typically something like 50%, for NSF, our overhead at NC State is 52.5%. And we have to put that into the budget because that funds the staff that helps us with all of these other things. And that, pays the lights and so on. And so hopefully I've given you an overview. And with that, I will, I don't know if it's time for questions, but I will stop my sharing here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Francis de los Reyes. We will go ahead with the next presenter, and may I request Dr. Azanza to introduce the next one.
Okay, the next speaker, Nigel Armaida, is the Chief of Party of the USAID program on fish rights. He's going to talk about research implementation and monitoring of foreign funded research. So this is in the context of development, and is going to focus on marine science and fisheries. Nigel, please.
Yeah, can I share my screen? Okay. So do you see now the presentation?
Yes, but
thank you.
Yeah.
Now, good?
Right, good.
Okay, let me get this. Okay. So, yeah, as what Dr.
Should be on presentation mode.
It's now in presentation mode.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
So as what Dr. Asansa said, that this talk is really focused on the context of development work. And it used to be that development agencies also provide direct research programs, but now actually many of them are really putting in research as part of the development portfolio itself. So it's not just focused on research specifically, but research becomes a component of it. So let me outline my work, my presentation. I'll talk about research in the context of development work. And I'll provide some examples, just a run through of some examples, not really maybe I don't have to go into the details in the interest of time. And I'll talk about the monitoring, which is actually an process in this context of development work. So the implementation of development program is about perfecting the balance between science and implementation or activities in the process of implementing a program. So you need the science to implement, but you also need the rest of your money for the actual implementation. So it's really, it's really a balancing act. And understanding that will always get you a long way. That's based on my, my experience. In a sense, that the research in the context of development is some development agencies, funding agencies, they use research as for primary purpose of funding. That means that they really focus on this. I remember that projects like the collaborative research, the CRSP, the Collaborative Research Support Program of UCID, just focuses on research and nothing else. No development work in that case. So those are some funding windows that we used to have before, but now they are no longer existing. And others are research to inform the intervention of development program. So basically, it's used really for you to be able to implement the program, and research to monitor the results of a development program. So again, if you want to monitor your program, the intended results of this program, you do from time to time. You also need to do research. And also, there are now recently the research to answer the learning questions of the program. I will talk about that towards the later end of my, project. So the second and the third are usually done with partners for them to be engaged early on. So you are doing it with them to understand the intricacies of the research itself from their perspective and to get comfortable with it. So partners, the local governments, and people's organization, and also this will trigger their demand for science and to promote citizen science among the stakeholders. So we really want to get more involvement of the citizen to do more of the science itself. So usually this includes also some capacity building. So let me get you to some of them. From research or the funding sources from the 1970s, 80s, and so on. I remember as examples that UNDP supported the early years of the development of UPMSI, because I happened to be one of the evaluators for the UNDP at that time. So we evaluated Bolinao, and I know that also to some extent there is that portfolio or this one that window also that's supported by UNDP. To not only to do research, but also for the scholarship of faculty and staff of UPMSI. So that means it's in the form of capacity development. And I remember also that USAID supported the establishment of UP Brackish Aquaculture Center. I think that was in Iloilo. And also embedded in that support was also research. At the same time, there was also capacity building in terms of training of staff, sending them abroad for PhD and so on. And also I was involved in a GTC work, now GISET, that it supported UPV or UP College of Fisheries at that time to conduct our assessment of our fisheries resources using surveys. And of course, I'm aware that World Bank support the establishment of UP Visayas and sent a lot of scholars and also provided some research platforms or research, research funding for, for the faculty and staff. So so in a sense that aside from the scholarship program, these agencies also supported infrastructures like laboratories and also some research platforms. The laboratories, and of course some maybe some small scale ships that was provided by the World Bank before. Okay, now so some of the examples that I can think of that I can share with you is that research to inform interventions of a development program and monitor the results of the program. Here are some of the examples that I can show you. Yes, just quick. So catch and effort surveys to inform fisheries management interventions. And there are coral reef surveys to inform biodiversity and management interventions. And also we conducted reproductive biology studies. This is mainly to focus on, determining seasonal closure and, the reproductive capacity or capacity of species of fish. And there are plankton studies and ecosystem modeling as well. And of course, recently there are some studies on behavior change, to think about or tease out the elements of compliance, why people are complying and why people are not. So so fisheries independent surveys, can be conducted in ships. It's quite comfortable, but also can be conducted in a small scale fishing boat, where we have we do independent surveys. That means we post in fishing stations where we can conduct a regular sampling. But also you can also depend on the catch itself. So there are fisheries dependent surveys that you do in markets, and you do also so it's not as convenient as having a platform like a ship. But we may do, and also sometimes we do it in relation to the capacity building of our partners. So we collect data and with our partners, such that ultimately our partners will continue these activities. So some of the coral reef surveys, to show the reef fish biomass, to show the species richness, and also to determine the coral cover. Mainly, this is for the purpose of informing your management interventions. And also we did some hydrodynamic modeling, and also coupled with plankton survey to focus on where we are going to set up our marine protected area. And we also apply ecological principles for establishing of marine protected area and networks of marine protected area using basic principles of ecology. And also we use simple, work with our local fishers in determining which of the which are the spawning seasons for, say, like a very common, and localized, locally distributed, nearshore distributed fish like rabbit fish. And normally we have success in this because in addition to the literature, we also use the citizen science, the knowledge of our fishers and this work. Because if you do this together with the fishers, the implementation part becomes easier. And there are simple things like measuring crabs and find out which of the gears are catching the immature, so the bottommost fishing gear. This is the crab leaf net. These are catching mostly immature fishes. So this again informs your intervention, such that so when you do gear swap and things like that, you can avoid the use of these or encourage the better gears other than using these gears. And also there are some cases of very, very targeted researches or action researches wherein we want to rationalize the use of fine mesh nets. Fine mesh nets are usually used to catch, your use for the streams used for bagoong. But on the other hand, they also catch the juveniles. So we have to rationalize that they will be catching only in the time when these shrimps are abundant, and not during the time when the shrimps are gone, because they will be catching mostly just juvenile. So these are a number of action research we did. And also the bay-wide closure of Balayan Bay, for example, we did together with the local partners, with the province, and such that we train them in reproductive biology that ultimately they can continue beyond the life of them. So it's about sustainability. But there are also some issues of this, like, for example, the data collection. So the monitoring itself can provide you with insights on what to do next. For example, in this case, we got some good results in terms of our harvest, of our catch rates of fishers in this particular bay, that is the Nahon, this is the Nahon Bank. But on the right, you will see a table here, which actually the winners. These are the fishing gears that are actually not supposed to be there. These are the Danish seine, the fine mesh nets, fish coral, stationary leaf net, and the roundhole seine. And the losers are actually the fishers that are supposed to be, benefited by your intervention. So here, we somehow tweak again the next round of work, such that we incorporated already some degree of, of equity, like using the ecosystem modeling, using EcoPath to properly distribute the gears that are supposed to give you the most appropriate or the optimum catch that will maintain the sustained fisheries in even with those fishing gears. So we use this kind. So, but but we know that monitoring is an evolving process. It does start, when I was still starting during the time when I was still with the College of Fisheries, we have terms like funding from we have fundings from the OST and even from international fundings, that sometimes we will just look at it as a project monitoring. So there's annual monitor, there's an annual evaluation, and there is the final evaluation, and so on. But as we go to, as I cross to the development work, I realized that the approach is now increasingly used. The approach that now being increasingly used in the development space is now shifting towards what they call the CLA. It's a framework that it's about the collaborating, it's about the learning, and it is about adapting. So, and that's why the MNE now, because of the learning, the MNE now becomes a MEL. So this becomes now a monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And a very big component of this is actually your theory of change, which I think was mentioned also earlier in a previous presentation. But I can deal with this in a more detailed way later on. So CLA is about are we collaborating with the right partners? That's the C, and the right time to promote synergy. That the synergy is both on a horizontal and vertical. That means the policymakers on the vertical, and probably the horizontal really is the partners on the ground. And are we asking the most important questions and finding answers that are relevant to decision making? That's the second one. That's the learning. And adapting is, are we using the information that we gather through collaboration and learning activities to make better decisions and make adjustments as necessary? So the adjustment part is a very, very important component. And that's why I may have to, refer you to the most potent, tool that we're using right now. So it's about the theory of change. So this part of the evolution or the evolving process of monitoring. So the theory of change is composed of two. The one is about the situation models. That is the looking into the context. It's a context analysis. It's about mapping the problem. And the other one is the results chain. It's the theory of change, actually. It's the main theory of change. It's about the map of the solution. So the other one is the map of the problem, and the other one is the map of the solution. So if you have a driver, for example, in your situation model, and there is a threat, so there you will see the threat to that focal interest. In the case, in the case that I'm dealing with, is the threat to fisheries, the threat to habitats, to coral reef, to mangroves and seagrass. On the other hand, your solution will be some kind of an action, so a strategic approach that will resort into a reduction of threat of your focal interest. So that's supposed to be the things, the process that we are getting into. Now, so TOC, it's a tool that clarifies the assumption about how your conservation actions contribute to reducing threats and achieving the conservation of species and ecosystem. This is the main requirement now of a biodiversity earmark fund. So for example, if you want to access the Biodiversity Earmark Fund of USAID, practically you have to go through this process. There's no other way out because it's embedded now in the in its rules. So also the TOC is a diagram of a series of if-then statement. No, if this occurs, then this happens. So it's a series of if-then causal statements that defines how actions will contribute to reducing threat in conserving biodiversity, and focuses on the achievement of result, not on the execution of activities. So of course, you have to execute those activities, but the focus really is on the achievement of results. This is nothing new actually, but it's just teasing out what's the more important. And it is composed of assumptions that can be tested. So it's practically it's a hypothesis that you have also to test. So for example, so monitor the theory of change. For example, your action or your strategic approach is register and regulate fishers, and your intended result is fish biomass increase. Of course, it can happen, but there's a lot of leap of faith here, because it doesn't really mean that if you register and regulate fishers, it can immediately be converted into a fish biomass increase. There's a lot of things in between that you have to deal with. So in the case of the TOC, your intervention can become a result, and each of these results have their own indicators. And that result may be just intermediate that will push the other more direct result that directed to your reduction of threat, and maybe also directed to your focal interest. So if I use this as my basis for this original if-then statement, then I would say that fishers are registered, and because they are registered, they become you will now know your universe, and they will become part of your universe. And many will be engaged in role making because they are part of your universe. So that's the next intermediate results. And maybe the other intermediate results will be more compliance to rules and regulation. And that's probably still an intermediate result. But then there will be some direct result that says fish biomass will recover or even increase. So if that fish biomass increases, then catch will improve. So your catch will improve, then more income to fishers. But these are no longer reflected in this, diagram. These are reflected more on the right side of the diagram, which I haven't shown yet here. So in a case that POC is really will guide you on how to go around, your program, and how research is part of this program, because in each of these elements of the results, research can be a part of this. And actually, one can incorporate learning questions in between results boxes to find out if there are evidence that this one gets into that, and if that one happens. So this is all. Here is now the results chain or of fish right. It's a bit complicated. We have 6 activities or six strategic approaches that all lead to reduction of threats, and of course to some extent, although it's not part of our mandate, but to some extent really to provide some improvement in human well-being. That's not part of the equation yet, but we also want to achieve that one. So for my concluding thoughts, practically research are embedded in most development programs, and they can be big researchers by themselves. So in development work, the roles of research and monitoring are usually intertwined. The research become part of your monitoring, and the monitoring will inform your interventions. And of course, research is a tool for monitoring, and monitoring continue to evolve, and the focus is towards that achieving the result. Now, I have put in here, while listening to the others, I put in a few more remarks in my notes here, that the entire work on TOC is a big research in itself. So there is a USAID-funded measuring impact team that is now doing this all over the world. And practically our programs, or all USAID programs under the Biodiversity Earmark Fund, are actually their data points. So it's really a big research of its own. And from the perspective of a person managing the program, that means me, of course, I'm managing it, you will see the entire picture if you have the TOC. And at the same time, the focus on the intended result. So you can really focus on the intended result and even more and even hone down, to the most important action or the strategic approach that will move the dial. So for me, that became quite a very useful, monitoring, evaluation, and learning tool that we used to say here in the language or in the space of development work, and specifically to USAID. So I cannot talk much about about other funding agencies. I have encountered many of them. I said UNDP been part of that, but I think they have also evolved in a way that maybe that also their way of evaluating and monitoring programs, research for that matter, has also evolved. So thank you for listening, and happy to have been invited, Dr. Rod and Dr. Cruz, and of course Dr. Concepcion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel, for the very informative talk.
Let me now.
Okay. Rod?
Yes, Luli.
Yeah, maybe we can now go.
Yeah.
We have a panel discussion before the open forum. So let me just introduce the panel discussants, and then I will turn it over to you to moderate the discussion. So the discussants are the following. They are mainly, two are from the National Academy of Science, and most of them are outstanding young scientists awardees, maybe even when they were less than 40 years old. And one is a new faculty member at the Marine Science Institute. So we have Glenn Gregorio, who is director of this CIARCA and a member of NAST. Then we have Mujikiwi Santos, who is the scientist too at the National Fisheries Research and Development Institute. And Dr. Merlin Mendioro, who is a professor at the Institute of Biological Sciences of UP Los Baños. Marcos Valdez, who is a University Research Fellow at Far Eastern University. Isadora Yu, the Associate Dean of the College of Science of UP Diliman. Pia Bagamasmad, who is Director of the National Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology at UP Diliman. And Deo Florence Onda, who is Assistant Professor at MSI UP Diliman. Now, yes, Dr. Asansa, please take over. Rod?
Can we ask them to give their presentation one after the other, as you have given their names, so that we spend less time and give more time for the discussion? So first we call on Academician Glenn Gregorio, and then to be followed by the names that you have mentioned a while ago, so we don't interrupt the presentation of each discussant. So we give Academician Glenn Gregorio first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. We have a few minutes just to share our part in this. And thank you for our speakers and for giving us tips on how to make our proposal fundable. So that's very good. What they have summarized really is how to change our way of doing research, or how to make our proposal. So if I may say, on the demand side, we have to emphasize that on the demand side, we should ask what people would really need from research and development. And from the supply side, what would we expect to be generated from research and development? So this is those are the questions. That's the human part of research and development. We just published our policy brief on reshaping agricultural research and development in higher education institution in time of COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. So I want to share to you some few points of this, and if you want to go further in details, then you could go and we could share it to you. I want to share to you my slide. Sorry. Oh, I couldn't see my slides now. Sorry. So what I'll be doing now is really to show you that in these points I want to share the major priority areas in reshaping our research and development in times of pandemic. One is we should provide the higher institutions or even the funding agencies provide the enabling environment for our faculty members and researchers to engage in mutual learning and co-learning through an establishment of multi and interdisciplinary research laboratories, centers, and institutes. So there should be we should break down the walls of these their own laboratories, but there should be a multidisciplinary research laboratories. I think it's now in. Okay, so the second part is you have to incentivize scientific productivity that value beyond mere publication, but also the other piece which was emphasized by other speakers. We have to talk about not only publication, but how we partner, about people, about the process, the partnership, patents, products, and profit, or the business side of our scientific productivity. And we have to also to emphasize the retooling of our researchers and faculty members in application of intellectual property rights, which was mentioned earlier, patents, technology transfer, technology-based incubation, and entrepreneurship. This is very important. And more grants and extension awards should be provided that enables our faculty and students to engage with the community beneficiaries and other stakeholders across the agricultural supply chain. And on the flip side, we have to have a clear articulation along with COVID-19 response to our ongoing projects that's already under implemented or even prior to the COVID-19. So we have to relate everything to COVID-19 or the following pandemic to make our projects really relevant in this time. And lastly, which is very important, is we have to be creative enough now in crafting our new research proposals and always relate this to COVID-19 and what will happen the next new normal. So these are very important, as I'm with the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture. We are looking at this as we give also some small grants to our researchers and faculty members. And for the higher education institution can further reorient their research and development on a business perspective, because now they are not only basic research, they are going into economic development also, but we should go towards systematic change of the agricultural sector. If you go to the next slide, you could see here, I will not go to the details of that, but you could see here we present the proposed key priority areas of research in agriculture and allied field to accelerate transformation of agricultural sector and strengthen its contribution to food security and socio-economic development, particularly towards long-term resilience against pandemic. Please take note that in this figure, we put here the 4-dimensional aspect. You see here at the top side, the food security pillars. You have to look at the availability, accessibility, and stability utilization. And you could see here on the other side is the level of analysis, where you have the biosphere, ecosystem, landscape, population, communities, or on the gene and cell organism level. So all the levels of analysis. And of course, at the different on the right side, you can see the modalities in terms of approach. And on the lower part, you have the agricultural value chain. You could see examples of the different projects that should be implemented to make it really relevant. So if you want to see the details of this, go to the website of CIRCA, and we have the newest policy brief on reshaping agricultural research and development and higher educations. Okay, and then my last slide, I just want to emphasize in that paper that we have also innovation in the fiscal and research implementation, where we said that higher education institution can further reorient the research and development from a business perspective towards systematic change in agricultural sector. The academe industry government interconnectivity models on research, collaboration, and co-sharing of these financial resources to shorten the gap between research and knowledge utilization. And of course, the higher education institutions are the key players in society's overall ability to achieve and aspire food security and economic development. But they can aspire more to contribute beyond that towards an economic development that is sustainable, inclusive, environmentally friendly, and most importantly, resilient to the current and future pandemic and other unanticipated disruptions. So those are the things I want to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn, academician Glenn. Now, can we hear from another academician Muji Santos?
Sorry, I was on mute. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Doc Muji po, we are only given a couple of minutes to present our thing. So kung may mga questions po later, you can post po sa FB page ni Doc Muji. Well, I've been with the government for 25 years. I entered BIFAR, or the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Fisheries Resources Research Division in 1995. Eventually, the R&D function of BIFAR was separated under the Republic Act 8550, or the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998. And under that act, na-create po yung National Fisheries Research and Development Institute. And I was one who volunteered to become the core personnel of NFRDI during that time. So based on my experience and perspective po, the R&D environment in the sector, the fishery sector, and perhaps by extension to the country, has tremendously improved over the years. Specifically, we now have budget to do R&D and not beg. Hindi na po in a way kami namamalimos, not unlike before. And there are much better systems now in place in terms of R&D fund access and processing, as was mentioned by DOST and DA-BAR speakers. We also have what we call the Scientific Career System, which is being administered by the National Academy of Science and Technology, and it is in full swing right now. If you are in government service doing S&T, you can be promoted into a career scientist, which is an equivalent to a director, up to an undersecretary level, with all the benefits of those positions. So, meron po, marami na pong nangyayari at nangyari sa ating R&D environment. But what is now needed in the sector to improve R&D access and implementation? So let me offer two insights based on my experience. One would be about institutional development, and the other is about enabling environment. Institutional development in terms of people. I think we need more people to do R&D in the country, not only in number, but also in quality. And to do this, we need to create more permanent or regular R&D positions in government, in SUCs, and even in private sector. Case in point po, konting hugot lang. Alam niyo po yung NFRDI, ngayon lang po namin nakuha yung aming plantilla position, permanent plantilla position, after 22 years when it was created. So 22 years of lost opportunity. This should not happen again. And if I may quote, lalo na recently, may plano, maganda yung plano, may budget, pero kung wala pong tao na gagawa ng plano, ay drawing lahat po yan. And for those na nasa system na, meaning nasa mga regular positions na or permanent positions, I think we really need to beef up our efforts in terms of mentorship, particularly in asking the right questions. I guess I've observed this one, na dun pa lang sa asking the right question, marami nang kailangang ituro at i-engage sa mga regular people natin in R&D institutions and SUCs. And about the enabling environment, I just want to focus on actually not the technical side, but the administrative side, because I think now this is the sort of the bottleneck, if you may. There's simply so many inconsistent, overlapping rules and regulations. For example, with COA, with DBM, interagency rules, and even permitting process, and even doing some ISO systems. And so I think these things should now be addressed, because ito na po yung nakaka-turn off in many of the research personnel to do R&D. And case in point, I have a project, not from the OST or DA in a way, but it took us about 2 years just for the budget to be transferred, because it has to pass into so many different processes, from the lawyers, from accountants, etc., etc. Now this has to be addressed. That's why I was wondering for the presentation of Sir De Los Reyes, and how do they try to address these things in NSF. So I guess with that, again, if you have questions, please ask them, or if you don't have time, you can post it in DocMoji FB page. Salamat po.
Thank you, Academician Muji. Now can we listen to Dr. Bagamasbad? Thank you.
Hi, good morning po. Thank you for inviting me to be a discussant in today's session. I would just like to add on to, or comment on to what Dr. Francis de los Reyes has presented, and this is in relation to the importance of basic sciences, no, in the Philippines. I moved back here in 2014 and joined the faculty of National Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, or NIMBB, in UP Diliman. And I would just like to correct that I am not the director of NIMBB. Dr. J. Lazaro is the director of NIMBB. And based on what I have experienced since moving back po, it was a little bit difficult for me to actually acquire a research grant. And this is after having come from the US, where we are actually trained to write research grants, for example, for NSF applications and NIH applications. My experience here is that it's not really what you know, but who you know. I mean, I have to be blunt about it, but it's really the young scientists don't really get as much funding, even though we have preliminary data, you know, and we have a good rationale and all that. And primarily because what they tell us is that it's not like basic research is not a priority. So you always have to put a spin on it that it has to have some application or it can be marketed within an unreasonable amount of time. Like, for example, they tell us to do drug discovery in a span of 2 to 3 years, which in reality is really not possible. So these are the sort of some expectations are cannot really be met from the onset. And this is what I would like to add is that we also have to give importance to basic science. Kasi po, what I've noticed is that most of the funding agencies want something that's applicable, can be marketed in 2 to 3 years. While I understand there's very limited funding in the Philippines, especially with the current pandemic situation, maybe in the future when we've all recovered from this, that can also be put as a priority. So I just like to add a quote, no, to mention a quote that basic research is performed without thought of practical ends. It results in general knowledge and an understanding of nature and its laws. This general knowledge provides the means of answering a large number of important practical problems, though it may not give a complete specific answer to any one of them. Basic research leads to new knowledge. It provides scientific capital. It creates the fund from which the practical applications of knowledge must be drawn. Basic research is the pacemaker of technological progress. So, yun lang po. I would just like to, hopefully that's something that we can address in the future. No? And in terms of the process of grant application and release of funding. And I saw in one of the chat, in the comments here, that most funding agencies ask a progress report in quarterly progress report, which I agree with what one of the comments is that that's too short of a time and too frequent. For example, you know, the funds are released, for example, in UP, it's released in UP, and it takes a long time for us to get a report from accounting. So there are still processes that need to be improved, particularly because most of the processes that really hinder the progress of our research is really the bureaucratic process that we have to adhere to. So those are just some of my comments and observations as a scientist who just moved back and is still trying to establish a laboratory or a research program here in the Philippines. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Pia, Dr. Bagang Masbad. Now, may I call on Dr. Marcos for this?
Yes, hello,
Marcos
ma'am.
is a first name, okay?
Hi.
Valdez, Dr. Valdez.
So I'm just gonna share some points, no, for everyone, no. So basically, for those who want to get funding, so these are just some points that I want to reiterate, no, the original idea for a research project that can solve some part or important societal issue, no? So it needs some level of cleverness, and of course, just like what Ma'am Pia said, it should be something very practical, no? It might not be an obvious solution, but in some way it could address that particular societal issue, no? Like in the Philippines for now, I quite agree that basic research should be prioritized. Although I think there have been a lot of move now in the Philippines that actually prioritize basic research. Like for instance, no, so most of the basic researches now that going to be implemented are handled by the National Research Council of the Philippines, which is a very good move from the Department of Science and Technology. And then, of course, so that's why you have to target what particular funder should you approach for your research to be funded, no? and then always take note of the inputting to put these things in your proposal. Like for instance, take the problem clearly for the reviewers, how important it is, what are the practical application of this. So you should be very explicit on what do you want to do, what do you intend to do, and then what would be the output of this. So you should identify the stakeholders that will benefit from your research. And then, of course, be always persistent, meticulous, and systematic in writing submission, because the thing is that some of the, I think, it should be very clear with the reviewers to really know what you want application for this, you know. And then for the reviewer, for the processes, I think there have been a lot of improvement now when it comes to the process of um, how proposals are being reviewed and being approved now in the Philippines. Like for instance, the OST just already recently implemented the 40-day cycle. So that's very, very good. No? And then I think one thing also that we can improve in HEI is the procurement process. No? There have been a lot of problems, and I think concern when it comes to procurement problem. And then especially I have handled some DOST projects when I was back then, and then there's really a lot of problem a concern. I cannot really say it as a problem, but a little bit concerned when it comes to procurement. But I think there have been a lot now improvement when it comes to implementing research in the Philippines. So I think the challenge now for our research, especially the young ones, is to really be persistent and don't lose hope and always see at the bright side on how we can get funding. And I think the Philippine settings now is quite different from I think a decade ago. There's a lot of funding agency, not only in the Philippines, but also outside. So young scientists or those who are just starting to do research, just be persistent, because that's always been the key for getting funded. Be persistent and always be, what you call this? Look at, you should always think of your project as something that not for your improvement, but it should be something that should address societal issues in the Philippines. So that's all I can share to us. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Valdez. Now, may I call on Dr. Mendioro for the next presentation?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to this important activity of PAASE. I do believe more heads would be better than one. So I sent a message to my fellow researchers at the Institute of Biological Sciences, and then, of course, from the College of Agriculture and Food Science of UPLB. So these are our comments and suggestions on the current system of proposal evaluation and project review. Number one, proposal evaluation is very important for the improvement of the research. Technical evaluators in general are very constructive and provide appropriate recommendations. However, as it gets from one level to another, it becomes difficult. Waiting for your turn to present or defend is a nerve-wracking experience that one may forego the snacks or lunch being served. Number two, it would be better if there would be less layers in the approval process. As presented by the speakers, if you consider the DOST and the DA, you can see the difference. For the DOST, as presented by PCHRD, for 5 million, you will pass through the preliminary evaluation, technical evaluation, evaluation of the approving authorities, and then executive director approval. For higher than 5 million, you pass through the preliminary evaluation, technical evaluation, evaluation of the approving authorities, then governing board, then DOST executive committee. For the DA, after passing through the in-house survey and then passing through the internal committee, and then that is composed of R&D experts, then there would be approval. So if you consider the NSF, you have a program officer, and then your project will pass through 4 peer reviewers. And then number 3, there must be an online portal for submission proposal for all agencies. Then number 4, for certain proposals that need ethics approval by the review board, let's say institutional review board for humans and institutional animal care and use committee for other animals? Is there a way to ease the system? The number 5, examine carefully if the principal investigator or the PI has an expertise in the field. If not, the PI may partner or be monitored by and mentored by an expert before the implementation of the project. The expertise and experience of the proponents should be reviewed or closely scrutinized. The project scope should be within the proponent's expertise. If the research has an agriculture slant, an agriculturist should be included in the supervising team. If chemistry is an important component, a chemist should be required. And this goes for other fields of expertise. So research work is exploratory, so therefore something new should be performed. The number 6, included in the proposal for review, if appropriate, is a data management plan or a data repository to provide long-term storage of the data. The number 7, presentation of the renewal, especially if you will just be justifying that only a small amount was utilized because of problems in procurement, is also nerve-wracking. This is our wish. In order for the project to effectively utilize the time allotted for its completion, we need to modify the procurement process. Can DOST or DA, for example, allow the researchers to buy equipment abroad and not pass through the local distributors? UPLB, as an example, bought a Biorad CFX96 PCR machine for the COVID-19 molecular diagnostic laboratory. It cost 2.4 million. In the US, the cost is around $22,000, or in pesos, that would be 1.1 million. Even if we add the expenses for the freight, still the Philippine government could save a lot. Can the researcher use their credit cards to order their chemicals abroad? I know this is a dream of most researchers here in the Philippines. Revise the procurement process. All I can say is dream and pray that our dreams will come true. Thank you very much and good morning to all of us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Menjoro. Now, may I call on Dr. Yu, Isidora Yu, who's also with the Marine Science Institute, I believe. Dr. Yu.
Good morning. Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, thank you for inviting me to this group discussion. So I also, like Dr. Bagamasbad, came back in 2014. So before I came back to the Philippines, I was I was a member of the technical staff of Sandia National Labs. And I'm trying to figure out, what are the differences between the Philippine and the US system in terms of proposal review and project management. So one thing I noticed is that, so of course I echoed the same things that Pia said earlier, so I won't talk about those, but it's very important in terms of transparency. So in the review process in the US, I was part of my advisor's R01, NIH R01 grant proposal generation. And also in Sandia, we submitted a lot to DITRA, DOD, DOA, and so essentially what I noticed is that when you submit a proposal, just like what Dr. Francis said earlier, in 6 months you get a response. Is it a go? Is it a no-go? If you give a short capsule proposal, are you invited to give a full proposal? And so there's a timeline that is being followed, and there's also feedback. So in some cases, if your proposal is not good enough, right, the reviewers tell you, okay, maybe there's not much creativity here, or you need to try a different method. And so what happens is the researcher is able to actually edit and submit a more responsive proposal. So that's one. Number two, one thing that I also noticed that's different is that in the US, I never saw any of my reviewers. I never saw, I don't even know who reviewed my proposals. And so the system here in the Philippines, where everything is a face-to-face, defense oral presentation, just like what Dr. Mendiora said earlier, it's really something that I think we should think about discontinuing for many reasons. Number one, it's really difficult to have uh, a defense of a proposal, right? With people that you know, or maybe that you will see in other fora. So it's kind of difficult in that sense. So if we could get rid of the face-to-face defense of the proposals, and everything should be written clearly, it should be still be good. So that's one. The other thing that I noticed is that in the States, there's really a lot more support for the researcher. So as a postdoc and as a staff scientist, our institution had a business office. So essentially what happens is, if I want to come up with a proposal, I call the business office and tell them, I'm applying for this grant, it's this much, and then can you please help me create the budget? And so I won't even think about the administrative part, and I'll just focus on the technical aspect of the proposal writing. And so all the LIB generation, all the admin costs, the uh, indirect costs, those are some things which were not, when I wrote my proposals here in the Philippines, it was really nerve-wracking because we weren't exposed to that before. So if we should have a business office that would take care of all of this, it would really help in the proposal submission. The other thing that was, I think should be also included is the business office, because we're paying much more admin cost. So I think what Dr. Francis said was around 50%. That's roughly how much admin indirect costs you have to put into your proposal. Here, it's only 7.5%, right? So that should be something we should be thinking about. Tama din si Dr. Muji, before the problem was no money. So mahirap yon. But now there's a lot of funds and people are more responsive to putting in money into research. But we need to now figure out how to manage this research grants. And so what I also noticed that would probably be easier in terms of generating financial reports and all this processes is, when I was in the States, we had a procurement card. We had a credit card for all these things. We had a credit card for chemical purchases and a credit card for travel purposes. And so we didn't even have to submit a report because the business office takes care of that. So it's all in the credit card statement. And so it's easier to really generate all these reports, these financial reports, which I don't see as a researcher because the business office takes care of it. So maybe that's something the institutions can think of, definitely. The other thing that I want to go back to the proposal review, I've heard from many of my friends where, of course, economic and societal impact is very important when you figure out, the quality of the proposal. But sometimes we are being asked to come up with cost-benefit analysis. How is our process much cheaper than the existing technology? And I think what people may not realize is that to ask for a cost-benefit analysis is actually a project in and of itself. My sister is a business person, and when I asked her to do something like this for my proposal, she said, "Oh no, you have to give me 50,000 pesos to do it in X months." And so it's not trivial sometimes what the project requirements are, the proposal requirements. The other thing that I want to probably input is maybe some of the requirements can be done after the fact, or for example, the application for biosafety in GM. So we're required to submit a proposal before we do the project. So maybe those things can get done. For example, if you go through the first step, because getting those approvals takes time. And so it also impacts the length of time the proposals are reviewed. And so I think that's it for me. It's a good time to have all this discussion because as researchers, we really want to focus our time on the science, on the technical aspects of our work, and definitely getting administrative help from our agencies, from our institutions, as well as the funding agencies, harmonizing all these requirements would really help the researchers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Before we proceed with the last panelist, I would like to request everyone to stay put. Although we don't have much time, I am requesting for maybe 10 to 15 minutes extension of this particular meeting. So may I call on the last panelist, Dr. Deo Onda, for his presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am Rod. Magandang umaga po sa lahat and thank you for staying. Thank you for the invitation. It's an opportunity to actually share the perspectives and the insights of the early career scientists. I think I'm the youngest in the group, and I would like to reflect the insights and sentiments of my cohort, which are actually the early career scientists. So if you're familiar with Twitter, there has been ongoing discussions online actually on the current challenges and issues being experienced by Filipino or young Filipino scientists in the Philippines and abroad. So if you go to Twitter and type hashtag Pinoy scientists, you will see that every day there's one issue that everyone talks about in the scientific community. We fondly call this group as the TWAP, the Twitter Academy of Science and Technology in the Philippines. So I hope to reflect some of the discussions in these threads, reflecting the insights of the early career scientists, and also injecting my own experiences serving as the Deputy Director for Research of the NSI for the past year. I will summarize my points into three: allocate, involve, and include. So the first issue that is really perceived among the younger scientists is the perceived competition between the early career scientists who are admittedly less experienced compared to the more senior researchers in the country. So some of the suggestions that came up is to actually create a mechanism to promote or create an early career scientist grant or funding, as also mentioned by Sir Francis earlier, where only early career scientists based on certain criteria can actually compete, which can also be aligned with the national research agenda. This will allow the early career scientists to have a piece of the pie and will allow them to compete among their cohort rather than competing with the more experienced groups. Such opportunity will allow them to jumpstart their research careers and help them create their niche. Para po kasi siyang humihingi ng valid ID sa gobyerno. Pag pumunta ka sa mga government offices para humingi ng ID, hihingihan ka ng 2 valid IDs para humingi ng isang valid ID. So paano kung yun ang unang ID mo? So this type of mechanism will allow the early career scientists to really have a seed money to prove themselves and make their name in the community. Similar models are already existing in funding agencies in the US, in Canada, and in Europe, fostering a more friendly environment for starting scientists. It will also make the Philippines more inviting for new PhDs or PhD scholars who want to come back home. Like this is like the Early Career Science Development Program of the NSF and several other programs directed to the ECS. Such mechanisms will also be complementary to the already existing programs such as the Blick Scientist Program of the UST and the Blick PhD program, for example, of the UP system. The second issue that I'd like to bring up is the limited or lack of representation of early career scientists in the review process and thus also in directing directions for research. Sabi kanina, there is actually a limitation or limited number of reviewers. I know that there are a lot of young scientists in the country right now who have not actually been invited to review or to be part or take part in the review process. The funding agencies, so we call for the increase in the involvement of early career scientists in the review and other decision-making bodies or processes. The DOST and other funding agencies probably can make a call for signing up of early career scientist reviewers, which can be vetted by the agencies before approval. For some young scientists, the submission and review process itself is very intimidating. So allowing them to join these bodies and allowing them to witness such process will allow them to increase their experience and also gain new insights and then become familiar with the entire process itself. It will also create a network and some sort of and will give some sort of validation to the early career scientists that their expertise is actually recognized and considered important in the country. So the third point I'd like to raise is that some of the early career scientists think that the research opportunities are very limited in terms of the topics that they can discuss. This has already been mentioned by my fellow speakers this morning. I think we need to make our environment more friendly for basic research. Sometimes patents, products, and the spin-offs are just afterthoughts. And this is difficult for early career scientists whose careers have just started. They just started creating their niche and then expanding their horizon. So this is especially true to new and emerging fields of research. In our field, for example, in the marine sciences, in deep sea biodiversity, you start with the biodiversity before you actually think of a possible application. So this is also true for climate change research, long-term ecological research stations, and etc. Results of which will be more beneficial in a longer time scale rather than immediately after the project. The last point that I'd like to raise is that I think this pandemic has also revealed some flaws in the weak points in our funding landscape in the Philippines, especially in the delays in the release of funding and salary. I'd like to speak in behalf of the young scientists and researchers. I thought when I got hired in UP, I will just be teaching and then doing research. But apparently, I also needed to come up with a foundation and a lending system in order to punuan sort of yung delays dun sa release ng funds. And it has really implications on the delivery, on the performance of the research, and also on the expectations of the funding agencies to the early career scientists who are serving as project leaders. This is also a problem for the research assistants and the students because during the pandemic, many of the students and the RAs, alam to na ibang project leaders na nandito, that some of them were not receiving any salary or financial support because of the delays in the release of the funding for many, many reasons, as already discussed earlier. And yung gantong klase kasi nung patakaran also turns off some of the young scientists to actually pursue research careers in the Philippines when they see their PIs or their project leaders actually experiencing some sort of challenges and limitations and suffering. So if we can make some points of this funding landscape more friendly and more helpful to the early career scientists, then we are supporting actually the next generation of scientists who will be contributing to the development of the country. So with that, I'd like to thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Deo. As I have said before, I think we have to extend for another 10 minutes and consider discussions. There are some points which are common to the panelists and some interesting recommendations from the panelists. I see some hands raised. Do I see the hand of Dr. Cruz? Are you raising your hand, Dr. Cruz? Dr.
No,
Cruz.
but Giselle has a note about extending because some of the earlier sessions of PAASE extended up to 12. I mean,
but I have another meeting, so I can extend only for another 15 minutes or so. Yeah. Okay, so anyone who would like to start the discussion, or can we consider the chat box?
Yeah, there are lots of questions.
Yeah. Can I add, Ma'am Po?
Okay,
Isa. Can I add? Yeah, so it seems from all the discussions, a lot of our problems arise from management and processes. So maybe it's prudent, maybe for the funding agencies or the institutions to hire management efficiency experts to look at the processes and see where there's a lot of red tape or bureaucratic process that can be cut, and so this will be done by a third party. So that way, you can see from afar what really is happening. So in terms of changing the bureaucratic processes that actually impede research in the Philippines, maybe that's one recommendation.
That's a good point. Actually, PAASE as well as the NAST, we can give recommendations to that effect. We have been reviewing and trying to recommend things, but again, there should be a greater voice maybe to do this. But I think the bureaucracy, the government is also chained, how do you call that, to some constitutional and lawful, how do you call this, procedures, law, based on law procedure. So that needs to be reviewed also. Thank you. So any other?
Yeah, Francis has raised his hand.
Francis.
Okay, thank you, po. I just wanted to say something because I think I'm kind of free to say what I think.
Anyone is free to say what they think.
Yes, yes. What
Francis.
I mean is, I can freely express my views because there's really no repercussions for me.
Yeah.
And I feel strongly that the oral presentations part, I think that is really unnecessary and that biases the process. The review process should be as much as possible anonymous. The reviewer should not be known
Correct.
to the researchers. I think you can't really judge the research based on the presentation. I think you have
Agree.
to really look at the merits of the proposal as written and decide based on that. It's also important to note that the
Yes.
reviewers, when they talk about the ratings, the individual ratings, they don't see the ratings of each other until everybody has submitted their ratings. So these are independent reviews, and then there's a panel discussion to discuss the proposal. And maybe some people will, change their minds, but you are sometimes really not allowed to change your grade or your evaluation. So I think the principle is that it has to be merit based and it has to be impartial
Anonymous.
and anonymous if possible.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you create this dependency, which I think is not really good.
Yeah. Francis, may I say that I review for the International Foundation of Science as a advisor and also for the NFS, NIH, and NOAA. There is no oral presentation. We don't know each other. We give our anonymous evaluation with so that should be done in the Philippines, and that could be part of the recommendation not only of NAS but also of PAASE. And I hope this will be listened to and be implemented as soon as possible. Thank you for the reiteration, Francis. And I think that was emphasized by the junior as well as the senior scientists here in the Philippines. There's so much in the review system, the requirements, even the oral presentation and the quarterly reports, that's too much. Even during this COVID, the pandemic, they require the quarterly reports. How can you move? How can you do something during this particular pandemic? So we will incorporate that in our recommendations, and I hope they would listen to that. Okay, what next?
Pia raised her hand too.
Pia, please.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe I'd just like to ask the science organizations, NAST or PAASE, to maybe hold a grant proposal writing workshop, because a properly written grant or a well-written grant should be able to stand on its own without the need of any oral presentation or an oral defense. And may I also suggest that maybe the calls for proposals be properly disseminated, or maybe more widely disseminated, because what happens is that it's only released to a select group of people, and this is what happens when sometimes the call for proposals, it's not really competitive. It's more of a solicited kind of design. So that I do not really agree with, and really we really have to let go of the oral presentation. I've reviewed a couple of research proposals for PCHRD, and most of the research proposals I have reviewed are not well written, and they ask for a lot of money. And I think a part of a well written proposal should be preliminary data to be able to support that your proposal has very good or sound technical and scientific merit. So this could all be addressed if we hold a workshop for grant proposal writing, and this will also help our local scientists and expand the reach of research funding throughout the Philippines. Thank you.
Okay, may I respond partly? Pia, NASC is doing that, has been doing that. I mean, proposal writing workshop, and a national scientist Cruz is head of that particular program, and we may continue that under the NAS.
Yes.
Yeah, that is being done by the outstanding young scientists.
Yes, ma'am.
Scientists, yeah, together with the outstanding young scientists.
Brilliant.
Any more from the? Any more?
Ma'am.
From the raised hand? Yes, Dr. Minjoro.
The problems raised by our young researchers, I think this is where mentoring must come in.
Yes.
So there must be a project or program coordinator. So that will be the senior, and then under that would be the project staff or project coordinator. This is where the young scientist can come in.
Okay, may I respond to that also?
Opo.
May I respond, Dr. Minjoro? The International Foundation System, there is an advisor. I act also as advisor, but the proponent is being asked, do you want an advisor? So the advisor can help in the monitoring of the program and or the research project, and then help in the improvement, even along the way how it is implemented and how results can be gained and so on. But then the reporting is not really quarterly. The reporting and is yearly. But the interaction with the mentor or the advisor can be done anytime. So if a system like that can be done here. Baka yung sinasabi nila sa Cradle at saka yung isa pa, RD lead, parang
RD.
ganun. Pero we have to look into it.
Ay.
Sa DOS Cradle and yeah, RD lead, whatever. Somebody is saying something.
Ma'am, can I say something, ma'am?
Yeah,
Marcos
Dr.
po.
Valdez.
Yes, ma'am. So ako,
Marcos.
ma'am, so pag nag-review ko ng paper, kasi ma'am, let's just accept, I think, I can comment medyo, most of the researchers, actually I agree with Pia, no? Some of the research proposals that have been submitted. So I'm a technical panel at DA Biotech, and then, so medyo may problema tayo when it comes to the proposal and everything. But I think as a moral obligation of someone who is knowledgeable, katulad namin mga panel, so it's ini-improve namin yung ano, parang ako, I look at it as a capacity building for this HEI na nagsisimula ng research, no? So the effort I appreciate. But katulad nun, I recommend na magkaroon sila ng mentor or parang advisor na, so meron naman tayo yung ano, 'di ba? What you call this? Meron naman tayong budget for consultant or someone who can come in as a consultant for that project. So lagi kong nire-recommend doon na magkaroon sila ng advisor or something that they can, you know, guide them to go to the to do the right thing for their implementation of the project, no? So yun lang ang sigurong pwede natin gawin. Kasi it's really, kumbaga, I think it's unfair to compare Philippines to the US. Although, kaya nga, that's the reason why we're getting the best practices from them, no? But we should accept the fact that some of the, especially the state universities, they are just starting to do research. So parang sa akin, it's a capacity building way. It's a way to capacitate our state university to allow them to do, let them, you know, feel, let them really ma-experience nila talaga kung paano gawin ng isang research talaga. No? Kasi nga, pag ang nangyari kasi is that, wala silang expertise and ganun, let's not accept or let's not disapprove of this project. No? Sa akin, it's more of capacity building. No? Kaya nga meron tayong collaboration, meron tayong networking and everything. So it should be a way to help the state university to start and really do research, no? And then of course, they should be guided properly. So kaya yung mga nag-review din, nakagaya namin, I see to it that there's a way for them to be guided. Kasi syempre makikita mo naman sa kanilang CV kung ilan na yung publication nila. Talaga bang kaya nilang gawin tong gantong research? Meron na ba sila talagang alam pagdating sa genetic diversity and everything, ganito, ganyan. So makikita mo dun sa kanilang CV na medyo mahina pa. So what we can do is to, you know, always guide them na lang siguro. I think that's the sole responsibility of the funding agency and those who are actually being tapped as technical panel. Ewan ko, sa akin ganun lang man.
Yeah, it can be considered, as we have been discussing, thing is different from mentoring, no? That should be defined well. What is a mentor or an advisor compared to a consultant? Okay. So what else could be? Yes. Who is
Rafika
asking?
and Isa.
Okay. Go ahead. Isa, and then
Isa, you want to go first or you want to go ahead?
Serafika.
And then
Okay, I can go first, sir. So I agree with Pia and with Marcos that we really have to come up with as an institution as UP, right, or as the HEIs or SOCs, we really should support our researchers in grantsmanship, and we should really come up with programs to help them, you know, develop their ideas, write it up, etc. The other thing that I was thinking about in terms of project management was that before, once you have your project accepted and it's already being managed, we have a very good relationship with our program manager. So whoever is handling our project, and then they would tell us, things like this and advice. So maybe that kind of close coordination is better than the reporting face to face. So maybe that's something that we can address. And then the other thing too was that the program managers only handle 3 or 4 big projects. At least that was what we had when I was in Sandia. And so it's really easy to manage projects. So I don't know how many projects the USC program managers handle at the time, and maybe that's the reason why it takes a long time to get things done. Maybe capacitating, really, I'm pushing for capacitating the institution and the agencies to be able to support research. Yun po.
Yeah, but of course we need to clarify between a program or project manager and an advisor, and so therefore the advisor would be more on content and procedure of the research, but the program manager should be more or less in the implementation of the project. So everything can be sorted out. I think this can be improved. These processes, meaning we can recommend to the funding agencies. Thank you, Isa.
Pagkatapos ni Con.
Okay, si Dr. Serafika, and then who else?
Ako, Rod.
Okay, Dr.
Dr.
Del Pilar.
Asante.
Yes. Dr.
Okay,
Serafika,
thank you.
and then Dr. Del
Yeah, just a
Pilar.
few comments just to since there's enough people in the audience. On procurement, USAID Stride has been trying to actively pursue the improvements on IRR of 9184, the procurement law, to advance scientific research. And I don't know if a lot in the audience know about the IRR exemption for scientific equipment. I think it's on the 53.6 appendix of the new revised, which was pushed by PAEP, President Pascual and BP Giselle during their terms, and got actually approved by GPPB and COA. But unfortunately, not a lot of scientists know about that exemption. So we're still tackling that now in terms of being able to identify would-be procurement using this exemption. And unfortunately, because of the change in administration, that got cut. And by the time we looked at it from the USAID Stride, there has been very little, if not nothing on scientific, but only artistic procurement was using that exemption. So clearly, the scientists didn't get it. So that's one part, but we're still trying to see if we can improve it from the ground up. That being that procurement systems, planning, and the process is now being documented together with UP College of Science under Dean Gani and Ricky. And Isa, of course, knows about that project. So hopefully we'll be able to continue to refine the process on procurement. But I see it really as a problem. That's why my earlier question is how much overhead are we charging for our grants? Because in the US, I mean, I know MIT and Harvard charges over 100% on a grant because of their systems being able to be administered properly and quickly. So I think we need to address that overhead because it became a big issue on the PICARI grants 7 years ago na yata yun, I forgot, between UC system and the Philippines in terms of grant administration. So far, I mean, my only tip there being a consultant for UP system as well is on the Argao system of UP Manila under Eva Cotionco de la Paz before is probably one of the most equipped grant administration office I've seen in the country. And we've been trying to do that in Diliman as well with, I think, Dr. Sumindang. But overall, I thank you for all your inputs. Clearly, I'm putting on my hat as a Stride consultant as well as UP, and hopefully we can get this to the next level as well from a policy change. And as PAASE president before, I thought some of these issues had gone away, but unfortunately it hasn't. So on the STRIDE grant proposals, improvements, I know Raymond Tan, academician Tan, was going around for a couple of years already under STRIDE. So I'm surprised actually not a lot of people have still talk about grant writing, proposal writing as a need. Obviously, between Doc Luli, National Scientist Luli, and USAID STRIDE, I thought we would have disseminated enough grant writing proposal systems, but unfortunately, the need is always going to be there. So I think, yes, clearly I'm very happy that you guys are all highly spirited in terms of this subject. I agree with your face-to-face proposal defense. That's not good because I end up doing once and I didn't like the guys who were talking to me. So clearly it makes less friendly environment for everyone, and that's not good. We are supposed to work together for getting our ecosystem to be working and having an adversarial panel to, for grant proposal.
Thank you very much. Actually, he's now a member of the NAST as corresponding member. So, marami na tayong katulong sa ating mga advocacy sa improving the process.
Rod, I just
Dr.
I just want to read here a note in the chat box from the president of NRCP, Dr. Gregorio del Pilar. He says, Greg, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
Well, yun nga, dun sa chat box sinabi ko na na sa tingin ko napakagandang idea ng anonymous review, no? Kasi sa DOST, sa NRCP, ang ginagamit pa namin ngayon tulad nung nabanggit ay yung face-to-face review, no? At malinaw naman yung advantages ng anonymous review at ikukan ko to, no? Idadaling ko I will bring this to the attention of the governing board right away. Tapos gusto ko ring ulitin yung sinabi ni Dr. Asansa na ang DOST at ang NRCP merong joint program, yung RD Lead, no? Kung saan yung mga institutions, mga universities usually, sinasabi nila yung kanilang mga pangangailangan, no? In whatever phase of the research project they find themselves in. So kung sa tingin nila kulang sila dun sa unang-una dun sa pagsusulat ng project proposal, pwede silang mag-request ng isang expert, no? So dun sa mga members ng NRCP, dun kumukuha ng mga experts na tutulong, no, dun sa proposal writing o kaya kung sa anumang pangangailangan na yung mismong university ang nagsasabi. So this addresses the remarks of a number of si Dr. Valdez, si Dr. Yu, si Dr. Serafica, no, and a few others have remarked on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Greg Del Pilar.
And there is a note here from Pia and then a couple of responses from PAASE members. Pia's comment is maybe we should include Filipino scientists based abroad in the pool of reviewers so that we can better match the grant proposals to a reviewer with the matching expertise. And then Maria Pena, to address Dr. Valdez's point, there should be a mentored research project if the applicants are still in the junior stage and does not have enough publication research project. Isa has a very good point. And then from Francis, I suggested PAASE members abroad can be tapped. They are all busy, but maybe the OST and others can offer some small token amount for proposal reviewers.
Okay, thank you very much. I was interested in a discussion. I was hoping that we can have more time on the basic questions in science that need to be addressed. Actually, at the International Foundation of Science, even though we are we are reviewing sometimes applied research, we ask them what are the basic questions that can, basic science questions that can be addressed in this particular proposal. It should be embedded. I mean, basic questions in science should be embedded in all applications. Kasi nga, ito, I think we all agree on that, even the junior and the senior scientists that we have here.
Ma'am
Okay,
Rod?
so Doc Muji, please.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, to your point, yun ma'am yung gusto ko ring i-raise, ibalik yung usapin dun sa basic research. Kasi nga po, although I think may nangyayari na sa NRCP at meron din sa DOST, pero tingin ko ma'am, kulang na kulang pa rin yung support patungkol dun sa investment, etc. sa basic research sa Pilipinas. Now, para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, actually po as a matter of policy, ang Department of Agriculture, ang Bureau of Agricultural Research at kami ay as a matter of policy po talagang applied lang po ang pwede naming galawan. Kung hindi AAOM kami ng COA. So ang tanong po ngayon is sino dapat yung mag-i-invest or mag-support ng basic research? Kasi nga po hindi po namin pwedeng galawan 'yon. Ang nangyayari po, ang problem, dahil applied research po kami, we develop technologies, for example, we do fisheries management, fisheries modeling, but we do need the basic data, basic information for that. Hindi po namin alam kung saan kukunin. And at times, ang nangyayari, kailangan ko mag-taxonomy, when supposed to be dapat hindi ko po trabaho ang taxonomy, dapat basic po yun. Papunta po kami dapat lahat sa applied. And so yun po siguro isa kong gustong i-sound off na paano natin maiaayos to. Kasi so far, yung inkling pa rin po ma'am lahat ng mga donors natin and papunta pa rin lahat sa applied.
Okay.
So yun lang po ma'am. Thank you.
Doc Muji, as you have pointed out, you cannot do all those applied work without going to your basic taxonomy and ecology. That's the reason why I am telling you, most of this research, especially the applied ones, would have basic questions answered. Like, for example, even in biodiversity, look at even in the development of certain technologies, there are basic questions that need to be addressed. And there are basic researches that need to be undertaken before you go to the applied research. Anyway, as I've told you, I don't have much time. I have to go to another meeting, and there's an outstanding young scientist who's going to summarize the proceedings of this panel discussion. You are free to give more inputs. We will put them together and come up with something that you can read later on, maybe after a week or two, based on the discussions here, so that this can be the basis for the recommendations of the PAASE and as well as NAS in a future, near future, how do you call this, communication to the different authorities.
Rod, may I
Luli, Giselle, and then...
Yes, thank you. These are just suggestions from what we see from NSF and NIH. Number one, if you really want to prioritize projects with broad impacts, priorities, then come up with more specific calls for proposals. Okay? And perhaps under that broad topic, impact topic, then you can say this is basic. You can call for some basic research, say your taxonomy, and then the more applied. That's one. Another one that I have seen from the foreign grants is there is a cap on the budget. So it's not an unlimited budget. So there's a call for these types of proposals in a particular disease area for 100,000, 200, or 300,000 over a given period of time. Okay.
Yes.
The third is I took note of the comments of Deo on that young researchers should also be allowed to review. So Deo, I think you're right. It's not the age of the person, but
it's the experience,
the competence of the person to review.
Yes.
So this is what we would like to see, that if you're going to review a proposal, you must be competent in that field, and the best indication is your publications. Also, we have to be sure there is no conflict of interest. So anonymous review, but the managers, the funding agencies would ensure that the reviewers have no link, well, conflict of interest in reviewing the papers. So I think we've come a long way in improving the review process of funding agencies. But from personal experience, if Paul is still here of PCHRD, I just wanted to share my own experience with a proposal where I was encouraged to submit a proposal, really, very enthusiastically encouraged to resubmit a renewal of the proposal. And then after some time, we produced the bigger proposal, a program proposal, but at some point, the other agency that reviewed it did not communicate with us. And later, we found out that it was rejected and no longer prioritized. And then we asked, what is the reason? And there's no technical evaluation or no reasons based on technical evaluation. So there's still some room for improvement in our proposal submission and review process. So thank you.
Thank you for your inputs for improvement.
Yeah,
Okay, I
Rod.
think
Yeah.
one last thing, and then we have a summary by outstanding young scientist Aleta Iligas.
Just yeah, sorry.
Luli,
I just
national
want to
scientist.
say that it's sad that basic science here has very little funds. It's NRCP that's supposed to give to fund basic research, but the fund allotted to NRCP is very small. The sectoral councils all provide money for applied research, and for like Picard is for very specific commodities. There should be room for other, at least a percentage of the budget should go for things that are not in the priority but are also very important. Yeah, that's all. Maybe we can try to include that in the our
recommendations.
May,
One
may
last
I say
thing,
one
okay,
last thing?
from the president of NRCP, yes.
We had our orientation recently, nagkaroon kami ng bagong governing board nito lang July 1st. At nag-attend si Doc Luli noon. And yun nga, parang malinaw yung sentiment sa governing board na dapat nga mas bigyan ng emphasis ang totoong basic research, yung pure basic research. So there's a strong and a growing sentiment that really we should insist on that, maliit ang budget ng NRCP pero yung definitely yung efforts nito would go towards supporting that position.
And I think even in the applied researches, there should be some basic questions to be addressed. Just like at the International Foundation for Science, there is a question: what is the basic science that can be answered by this proposal or by this research project, something like that.
Right.
Anyway, that can be considered in the recommendations that we have to make. Okay, so can we request Dr. Iniguez to give the highlights of the discussion, and then we'll have the closing remark. Actually, we need to go. After this, I have to go for another meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. That was a very dense, rich discussion. So I will just try to summarize some points here. Obviously, I have a more detailed notes on this, but in case you think some things need to be highlighted more, you can just send a message on what needs to be added. So essentially, we started off, of course, with a welcome by the PAASE President, Dr. Gisela Concepcion, and by our hosts, all very distinguished scientists and Professor Emeriti. So the first speaker was by Mr. Paul Ernest De Leon, the Chief R&D of the R&D Management Division in PCHRD, as a representative of Dr. Montoya. He provided a comprehensive review of the PCHRD project proposal evaluation process and detailed the 4 steps that they have from the evaluation all the way to the implementation and renewal. And he also pointed out that DOST now has an integrated call for proposal process, which includes standardizing the process across DOST councils, an online platform, DPMIS, and stricter timeline. And then Mr. Joel Lales, who is the Chief of Program Development Division in DA-BAR, representing Secretary William Dar, focused on the vision and strategic framework of the DA-BAR. So the vision is really looking into the food security and resilient Philippines with prosperous farmers and fisher folks. So this is their strategic anchor now, especially in light of the pandemic. And he presented 3 key focal areas highlighting the whole food system value chain, from the production, post-production, to the technology upscaling, and also a brief review of their proposal evaluation and implementation. And then excuse me. And then Dr. De Los Reyes from the US highlighted a different perspective of the R&D grant proposal coming from the US side. And I think some key things here were the emphasis on the basic science, the basic research, and the detailed merit review principles and process, especially in particular in the NSF, or the National Science Foundation agency. And then he provided, I think, a good overall analysis of this review process. I think one aspect here is the importance of having peer reviewers with specific code of conduct. The review process is protected as well. And then in terms of the relevance to the Philippine situation is deepening the pool of reviewers, formulating the call for proposals in consultation and advice of experts on key priority issues, having good program officers to discern and decide on the proposals to be funded, using online grants management system, and then having support or established support from the university for pre-awards and contracts and grants offices. And then another perspective that we gained from the R&D within the context of development provided by Mr. Nigel Armado, who is the chief of party in the USAID Fish Right Project Philippines, where he highlighted research that's embedded in most development programs, where the development work is where the roles of research and monitoring are usually intertwined, and research is also a tool for monitoring, and how monitoring continues to evolve, and that focus is towards the achievement of results. And I think one interesting aspect is the theory of change, which they use to underpin a newer framework for undertaking the cycling of research and monitoring from situation analysis to the results chain. And so obviously there's a lot of rich inputs from the panelists and during the open forum, and we have a lot of perspective from the young researchers. I think some key points are, number one, support for the basic science is coming out from the speakers and the panelists, where I think I'll just quote Dr. Bagamasmad's quote, which I will actually paraphrase in terms of basic science, how basic science creates the fund upon which applied science is drawn from. So no one is arguing against the importance of basic science, and this is quite important. And the question now is, how do we actually move forward with support, potentially providing more support for that, and then maybe coming whether it's from NRCP and or DOST and other funders, and increasing recognition on this. And then there's improvements in the proposal submission and review process itself, where one aspect that's highlighted again and again is more independent and non-face-to-face, essentially an anonymous review process that would likely be less biased, and that's actually more similar to the journal paper peer review process. Although we have to note that we ensure through this process that there is no conflict of interest and that there's a specific code of conduct that's followed. And then lessening the levels that's gone, that a proposal goes through, and also the requirements of the process, and possibly considering phasing of the proposal. For example, having capsule proposals first before a full proposal, so that maybe this makes it more efficient as well for people involved, especially if you don't have to fill in tedious requirements for a full proposal immediately. And then ability for the submission and review process as well is the importance of the ability to be able to respond to reviews and providing more constructive feedback to the proponents that can also help improve the capacity of the proponent going forward as he or she makes more, writes more proposals. And the importance of deepening the experts pool. So whether we tap also from PAASE, more on the Balik scientists and other Filipinos abroad. Last 2 points will be, two main points are, one is improved R&D environment. So having more synergistic partnerships where learning is promoted across laboratories, discipline sectors, broadening our viewpoints in the academe by incentivizing scientific productivity beyond publications, promoting attractiveness and stability of going into R&D in the country through more permanent positions and better capacity building, empowering early career scientists through programs with specific grants and helping them gain a foothold into the research community, ensuring that HEIs around the country are not left behind in building their capacity for creating proposals and project implementation, incorporating our realizations on the strengths and weaknesses of the country's R&D environment into future proposals and endeavors, especially now with the COVID pandemic, showing us these strengths and weaknesses in particular. And then improved R&D management all the way from the funders to the implementation. So definitely lessening bureaucratic processes that lead to many delays and difficulties, including too many reporting requirements, delays in the timely release of funds, which have significant implications on personnel and the progression of the projects. Special spotlight on procurement, which is really has been an ongoing problem for many, many years. And potentially separating maybe technical versus administrative roles in the project implementation. So that's for now, that's what I have, but I have
Thank
more.
you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Alec. Luli, National Scientist Luli.
Ikaw na, Rod.
So thank you very much to our expert speakers and panelists and the participation of our audience. Looking forward to more conversations with you on this matter towards excellence in science and the enhancement of our STI ecosystem. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Sa susunod nating pagkikita, marami pa tayong pag-uusapan. Maraming salamat at magandang tanghali.
Yeah, thanks very much to all our speakers, discussants, and all the participants who've stayed on. We picked at about 100, fluctuating at 198 participants for a while, and we are now 86. That's still a good number. Yeah, thanks a lot for staying on.
President Rod,
Thank you,
is
ma'am.
it possible for us to have all our videos on so we can take a group shot? Screenshot. I'm supposed to do that. It's part of my job.
Okay.
And may I suggest, Ns Luli, that you can keep this discussion group. So next time you can host another such discussion, and we will have these participants continuing the discussion. So I don't know if President Rod is still here, but can we just have as many as possible? Uh, I'll take the first screen. Wala na si Rod. All
They're
right.
all still here.
Ready? Oh, thank you, Rod. Thank you. So I'm going to, yeah.
Turn on the video.
Ready? Yes. Everyone is Marilyn, Christy, Pia, Marcos, if possible. So I'm going to take the shot now in 5 seconds. Ready, get set, go. Okay. And then I'm going to move to the next screen. Okay. Okay, now let's take a screenshot. We were on YouTube, just so you know, and this will be on our PAASE website. Ready, get set, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a very nice session.
Good night or good morning.
Hi, wait,
Hi,
there's a
everyone.
third screen, but many are not on video. There is a PLC, Bernard, Erwin. So
Bye-bye.
anyway, no photos. Ready, get set, go. At least your names will come out. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. I just tried my best. Good night, good day. Thank you all.
Thank you,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you po.
Bye.
Salamat po. Bye-bye.
Very, very valuable, productive meeting. Very.
Thanks, Giselle.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you po.
June Buot. I saw so many. And Greg Del Pilar.
I'm Sean.
Get the social sciences.
I'm Luli. Thank you.
Sige, thank you.